weird way to restart. I don't know.
You're coming with us. Nice and easy.
Calling ice. Let's finish this.
Freeze!
Let's go.
Sorry for not doing anything interesting. I'm just trying to keep thoughts in the back of my head. Pretty frustrated with how stupid I played Crab Warden. Matter of fact, it was so stupid I don't even think I played it. I wouldn't even consider that playing the game.
Going in. Was never in doubt.
Alright. Thanks everybody for sticking with me though, I really do appreciate it. Sorry for resetting, that was like a major time loss though. This isn't marathon practice, this is like PB/marathon practice and commentary practice. So. I really don't want to force myself with a wood chipper with a run where I make like a stupid mistake in the first hour. Because that wasn't like one dumb mistake. The first one I could have dealt with resetting the very start of the fight. Even if I have to sit through an annoying cutscene. You know, having to reset the start of phase 3 because I accidentally catastrophed.
Not bad. Was never in doubt.
See you later.
Come on, Cloud.
Pick up the pace.
Maybe I'll get lucky and get a God Laser Cycle here. Game will cut me some slack.
In 3, 2. Damn, I'm good.
He's alone. We can take it.
Not bad.
I got this place covered.
Gonna throw your sword at him? That's a man with the gun. Good work.
Bad Laser Cycle. Yeah, we got Bad Laser Cycle. This isn't... Oh no! Dummy. This isn't the worst.
And it's more of the same. Come on then.
Oops.
You're doing good, soldier. Pretty easy, right? Look.
Ha! We can take this, Uncle Jump. Is that right? Coming on fast. Of course. It just happened. What?
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge run too. Problem is like sometimes it's like your brain just breaks and you're like, what are you doing? Because the problem is at some point it breaks down to muscle memory, right? I'm pretty good at recovery, but I was like, there's literally no way to dig myself out of this hole, unfortunately. Most people usually use somersault on phase 2 with Tifa. And you can get out of that by breaking the front legs in phase 3. But since I already broke the front legs, I was kind of screwed. Why did I don't know why I do that. So, Catastrophe's on square, so I could let go of the shortcut button and just... Really?
No.
I got the total FU %. Yeah. Yeah, but I get pretty toxic sometimes, and there's some IRL stuff going on, so I'm having to be like, do my best to minimize toxicity. Alright, let's triple slash. I really want to test out Thunder here, see if it's worth, or if it's too much. Okay, decent enough. Alright, so we've got the ATB. Can we build it? Or can we break it? 2, 2, might be a little bit too soon, actually. Ooh. Yeah, that was almost crit. Unfortunate. Damage in phase 1 was low, so phase 2 is a little bit slow. Yeah, there is some discussion right now in the Discord about doing like challenge runs, so I was thinking about it the other day. I'd do like a no magic run, but I'd want to use elemental. Really. That might be a little bit too much. I want the run to be fun, but challenging at the same time. Nice crit. I'm glad the crits always come on that final leg where it literally doesn't matter. Fart in a wind tunnel could break that leg. Hell, I think Barrett's Thundiga could break it, to be honest. And that's saying something, because Barrett's damage is not good.
Concentrate.
Nice.
Nothing to it.
Actually good movement for once? What is this? What is this madness? A little bit of autistic swaying. What are you gonna do?
You okay?
This route should lead us straight to Barrett. Probably. I think I see an exit. Come on.
Can't wait till I make my first mistake in a marathon and I have to go fucking do all the gamer sounds.
Don't look back. Let's go, let's go.
Sound like I'm
let's
having
go.
a freaking actual brain damage moment.
We're running out of time.
Shut up and climb. You're not helping.
Sorry, it keeps me focused.
I guess I'm actually getting ahead of myself, expecting to actually get the limit break. That's gonna crush me if I don't get in. Nice. So we switched to Barrett there real quick to... Oh, wow. I almost thought we were going to push that guy out of bounds. That trooper folds all sorts of weird sometimes, so I'm always paying attention because I think Barrett's going to like push him out of bounds with the thunder.
No shit.
Alright, so these guys will despawn once I get far enough so I don't have to worry about them. Thundiga, and I'm out of here. See you guys later. Oh, he's not dead. That's really bad. Okay, that guy should be dead. Alright. I kind of sandbagged there because I was worried about that shock trooper not dying. But it looks like I got a decent positioning.
It's open. We don't have a lot of time. Pick up the pace,
Alright, I
people.
need to focus for this menu real quick. Alright.
Watch out for live wires. They're everywhere.
Ugh. The air in here reeks. Can't wait to get out in the open. Man, what is that? I've never smelled anything so foul.
Oh, I smelled something that foul.
It's me.
My skills!
Soon.
Ugh.
I felt that one in my guts.
They just keep on coming.
We need to get out of this place.
Was it the Mako density? The primary explosive? The blasting agent?
Hey, we can figure that out later.
I'm running on empty here.
Alright. My toxicity has receded. Let
This time I'll have
us
to bring a little pick-me-up.
continue doing the thing with the thing in the
That's
thing.
about as good a place
Do the
as
thing.
any.
There we go.
Stand back.
Let
then.
us
I'll set
switch
the bar.
back to commentary mode.
Can't wait to see you, Marlene.
The first couple of chapters get very tiresome to commentate over and over again. There's a lot of different things to talk about, but I think, like, the problem is deciding which mechanics you want to talk about immediately. Because you're abusing, like, 5 different mechanics all at once. And, like, 3 different materia. Goddard up Thummerung and all these other things. And then there's also, like, okay, why are you only using 1 Goddard Thummerung? You have access to 3, right? If you have the Yuffie DLC. Well...
I'd like my money now.
You can have it.
So,
Once we're back.
right here, we did a little bit of menuing. Toggled into Fire MP Absorb instead of Lightning Elemental. That'll help us deal with Roche in the arena fights, and the Shock Trooper in Phase 2. For the most part, the Fire is a icing on the cake for most of the fights, rather than the what we need it for. It's mainly Roche. Roche is a giant pain in the ass to deal with without Fire. I fucked the camera management up there 100%. If you do the camera management properly there, the game won't stop Cloud. That's why I started going, because I looked at that camera angle and I'm like, that's wrong. But if you mess with it too much, you can always activate it too, so. Graphics into performance. Graphics. Alright, so we're trying to run this game into the dirt right now. We're using graphics mode to increase the, decrease the frame rate, which decreases the chances of Sephiroth spawning properly. I think I may have seen him coming off, but we're just gonna pretend like he wasn't there, like he's a ghost. We need to wait to switch back to performance until we get around this corner, or else Sephiroth has some backup spawns that can get him into where we don't want him to be. Alright, we're good to go. Yeah, most runners will do the same exact thing. They'll do the lean, like they can look around the corner quicker. So yeah, when in graphics mode, the game runs at 30, and it's supposed to run at 4K. You can run 30 frames as well on the PC version, as far as I know, and it should yield the same results. There is a chance Sephiroth despawns naturally, but 30 frames per second seems to increase it significantly from like a 25% chance to like a 70-80% chance. It's still not 100%, but it's a lot higher. With the PC, we do have a load remover, so you theoretically could start at 30 frames to avoid that first menu. But if you want to play the first, like, 10 minutes in 30 FPS mud, go ahead, I guess. It would save time. The load remover would remove the time loss, but trying to do the first chapter at 30 frames is going to screw with you. And if it doesn't screw with you, it's going to end up screwing with you on the back end when you switch to whatever frame rate after it. The adjustment period between playing at 30 and playing at a higher frame rate is really difficult, because the game takes inputs much quicker, enemies move a lot faster. I think everything operates on frame rate, so the higher the frame rate, the game is actually kind of harder. Intergrade does have some buffs, though, to offset it, but it takes a while to get used to. I've tried to go back to the PS4 version. It feels like you're playing in mud. And I'm not even talking about, like, the graphics or whatever. I'm talking about, like, everything feels syrupy and sticky, like you're in a, like, sandy pool. So we're trying to avoid getting shot in the ass as much as possible, so we're trying to put the lamppost between us and the enemies. Okay, good. That's really obnoxious. Blizzara, that's gonna suck. So I was paying attention to the arrows to the right side of the screen there after I started that combo, so that I could make sure that the other enemies were dead. We're gonna cross-slash here. So as long as we cross-slash around the right time, the last hit there is going to hit as the Shark Troopers become killable. So right here we're going to be kind of waiting a little bit so that the Blizzara will kill Eve here. If you fire off that Blizzara immediately, both D and E will HP lock. If you delay it a little bit, E will usually HP lock. If you do it like that, you're 100% consistent. You don't have to worry about it. So, we're going to be doing some rolling here in the street. What we're going to be trying to do is lock on to enemies, slash at them, de-lock on, and then roll away. When you lock on and slash at an enemy, you get quite a velocity boost. It's one of Cloud's fastest, if not his fastest, movement option. There is a way you can modify his dodge roll to speed it up a little bit, but it's not something you should probably go for. It requires having deadly dodge, which really isn't the easiest thing in the world to deal with. Deadly dodge is pretty good, but it really has very few uses. That's awful. Okay, this bad movement. That's the problem. I have the right thumbstick set as auto lock on, so that if I move the thumbstick any direction, then straight down, the game retargets. Okay. Okay. Excuse me. What the heck? That angle was weirdly awkward. What the heck? I have never seen Blizzara multiply that way. Never. Sometimes Big can spawn really weird like Wedge does there. Never seen it personally myself, but it does save some time. But when Big spawns normally like this, we're gonna have to do very specific movement to get throughout the train card without losing a bunch of time here. There's 3 sets of points of interaction here. The first couple are pretty consistent to get around. The last one is the hardest. So we need to go around left of these NPCs here. Then we need to stick to Biggs here so Kyrie can't block us. Now we need to make sure to not bonk too many times so we can slip right between these two. If you bonk 3 times, you're going to lose enough momentum that you can't slip between those 2 NPCs without an issue. But up to 2 times, you're fine. As long as you kind of like change Cloud's angle, you can avoid bonking as long as you're not walking into the same thing over and over again. We're waiting for Jesse to get over here to show us the wonderful map of Midgar that we don't need to see because it actually doesn't really explain anything to you in this version. The way that the mapping goes, it really doesn't matter. Basically, we're in... dare I say it, this is like Final Fantasy 13 in a way. It's very much Final Hallway 7 Remake. Though, I feel like in this place, it's not quite so bad. This was intended to be a area where they kind of explain the game mechanics and get you used to it in the OG game. So it feels oddly okay to be Final Hallway in here. I feel like the next games are most likely going to have to work the same way, though. I don't know how open world would work out very well. Probably go from chapter to chapter, kind of like we do with this one. I think that's the best way to build a game, but then again, I'm not a game designer, so my opinion is worth absolutely nothing. That's just kind of the feeling that I get. So we're going to save load over here to skip Marlene's dialogue. You can do it immediately. As soon as she starts speaking, you can save load to skip the dialogue, but you have to start a cutscene by hitting triangle there, so that's why I move over to her first and then do that. Of course. I'm going to try and push Tifa forward here to get this cutscene going a little bit easier, a little bit quicker. Alright.
Before we get
You can see the NPCs running into each other there in the background. The NPCs got a real big buff for some reason in Intergrade.
Sorry for dragging you into all this.
Used to be in OG Vanilla Remake. You would just push them out of the way. But for some reason now, a lot of them will push you out of the way.
Always happy to help stick it to Shimmer.
Mainly the big issue is that you'll bounce off of them.
So, you make nice with everyone?
Much as I could.
Just gonna head over to the inn, hotel,
You're not
spell,
exactly a people person.
I'll give you that.
and just head up the stairs here. Really, there's no time save here just yet. The PC, if you've watched PC runs versus PS5 runs, there's quite a few save loads because on the PC there's a load remover. So there's a lot of places you can save a second or 2 of in-game time by save loading. Especially if you're at a higher frame rate, it may actually save time. But on the PS5, there's not that many. Because you need to account for about 3 to 4 seconds of saving and loading.
You're on the second floor.
Maybe 5 if you really want to be super strict about
Room
it.
201 here is where
But
don't have time for much
nice.
else. What with
All the
7-Eleven and
frames.
all. Not even time to decorate.
Yeah, that's the only time it's done that.
Here's your room. Don't worry.
You did?
Yes?
Hopefully we don't have
No.
a frame dip
And
like that
this?
again, but there's not much I can do about it right now.
No what? It's good.
Shouldn't be an issue. I don't know why that happened. Excuse me? So you gotta skip the cutscenes here, as you normally do. The thing is, the developers in their infinite wisdom were kind enough to put photo mode into the game, which, as far as I know, we found, like, no way to abuse it and save time. I've tried with a couple of places to use photo mode to trigger cutscenes or let us interact with something at a distance, but my experiments have not panned out.
You from up on...
Been a couple of times I've tried to activate like a door in the Chapter 11 train hangar from the other side, or like get out of Aerith's house early without doing the whole walking segment and triggering the cutscene through photo mode, but I haven't been able to find anything. Though, unlike most of the PC runners that I have experience with photo mode, I really have no idea what's going on, so just kind of windmilling at things. See, we gotta walk around with Tifa here. Hopefully this time I don't miss the stupid weapon. The only good skip in here, the weapon skip. So we want to get a little bit ahead of Tifa here. We don't want to get too far, because if we do, she'll start walking rather than jogging. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get a little bit ahead here and stop on this set of stairs. And then wait till she gets into the weapon store, and then that's when she starts walking anyway, so we'll just jog over. Here we go.
Sounds like a dream.
We don't really have any saves going to the inn. We'll just talk tomorrow and move on. Our day. Guess is tomorrow. Does that mean this is in the Chrono Trigger universe as well? Not only is it just the universe for Final Fantasy X, but it's the same one for Chrono Trigger.
Just met her.
Then you know what to expect.
Shoot.
Remember, she's a good friend.
Anyway.
pleasure in their panic.
More than a little.
Apparently it was done by
We're gonna head over here. Nothing too interesting. It's the one after this that's important. When we're heading to the weapons store, Tifa takes a long time to get inside and in position. But we can actually get out in front of her if we position ourselves properly. Basically, there's this really weird thing where we can get a little bit ahead of her, and then as long as we hug the fence over here, we'll be able to start jogging, which will in turn allow us to get far enough away that we can start running.
Been here a while.
So we can warp her inside the weapons store instead of waiting for the cutscene.
Never mind that.
We gotta wait for her dialogue to finish though, so...
Last stop is the weapons store.
Hey, if it isn't
okay. So, if you stand far enough back
Save your...
and find the right audio dialogue point, you can start running early to build up that extra little bit of momentum.
Well,
And basically what'll happen is, if you time it right, Tifa will stop pretty quickly outside and warp in pretty quickly. I think she has to be in a standing position. So the reason there's some variance between the her warping inside is she has to stop moving outside, so it depends on what part of her walk cycle she's in. So we're going to be dealing with Crap Boulevard here. It is the most annoying part early game, I think. You can shave a couple of seconds off this by using Lightning Magnify, and it's a little bit more consistent, but it requires me to learn the opposite direction. I used to go from left to right, and then all the other runners told me they went from right to left. And now with Thunder Magnify, it's better to go left to right. But the problem is, we're going to be trying to not exit combat, so you have to learn a lot of positioning things here. This isn't too bad.
And there's our first challenger. Show me what you got, Cloud.
Okay.
Wow,
Oh
it's
god.
on you.
That's awful. Tifa, Thundera, while Cloud comes over here. Okay, I totally screwed that up. That was my fault. I didn't realize that one enemy was still alive. So that 5 seconds is my fault. Big as shit. Pretty decent recovery, but not too bad. I probably should have just reset,
Trust me,
to be honest. It would have been the same difference. The game takes a while to reset. So what you're looking for is Blizzard to two-shot everything. And what happened there is the Blizzard either didn't stun the rat and he just walked out of the spell, or it hit the floor, so its hitbox turned off and the rat still walked out of it. So there's a couple of situations that cause that issue. Using Thunder Magnify reduces that risk to 0, But the problem is it's not impossible to get screwed up. As you may have noticed when I was heading past, the Gorger at that first fight activated Feast.
Actually,
If you take too long, or the Gorger aggroes to Cloud extremely quickly, they can Feast and interrupt Cloud's Thunder, and then you're completely boned. Your ATB's all screwed up, and you've started both the fights.
that went well.
I shouldn't have done what I did there, though. I could have Thunder'd that rat and fixed it, but I pushed my luck and started the next fight up when I shouldn't have.
That landlady model.
I could have done that a lot quicker if I had at least, like, okay, yeah, I screwed this up. I should have moved Tifa, to be honest, a lot sooner, and got, like, halfway through that rat fight. Because the Thunderer would have hit from anywhere, so there was no particular reason to keep Tifa right in that specific area. Then I could have just moved Tifa a lot closer to the other fight and offset my time loss a little bit more. It's really hard to recover that fight properly, because recovering it is basically you should reset, to be honest. It's one of that area is one of the stupid parts. Like, doing it fast is a really big time save, but it makes the area a lot harder than it actually needs to be. That's why I call it Crap Boulevard, because it's really crappy. It's not fun. It's late enough now that no resets are going to happen. It's all or nothing at this point, and that's not bad enough for a real reset. That's an annoyance reset more than anything. At the top end, you would have to reset over that, but with my current PB, I can still PB with a stupid fight like that. Honestly, that's the annoying part. There's a lot of slop throughout the course of the run. Some of it's RNG push and the game pushing back, and other times it's me just misexecuting like a dummy.
Yep.
Anyway, you distract the officers and I'll figure.
Mm-hmm. I gotta wait here. You can throw the Blizzard right off the bat there.
We need to go before they wake up.
I'm gonna get spreadsheeted. Spreadshat. That was rough. I suck. The early game has a lot of little stuff like that. It's really not like...
How?
In terms of a marathon,
Mako?
it's not that big of an
So,
issue. You're
what do
like
you wanna
plus
do
or
now?
minus 5 seconds here or there. Over the course of the first hour, it's really hard to lose more than like a minute. Unless you're playing extremely sloppy or have a really good PB. But I'd say for like a marathon or some sort of like relay consistency, it's not that hard to keep on track here. Your time loss is very much minimized in New
And
Game
here-
Plus.
Same as you.
New Game Plus Hard, you're gonna take some more time loss.
Yeah.
New Game Plus Easy, from what I
see.
have
In that case-
surmised, it's mainly the time losses you miss inputting for the most part. And that right there is one of those weird things I was talking about. Not this run. So you can buffer the down input. So when you open the menu, you can hold down to skip, to auto input the down to the skip option. The thing is, it doesn't input instantaneously.
Maybe just.
So if you hit X too quickly, you'll just end up activating the resume option over and over again instead of skipping the cutscene. So even with the photo mode in between the two, you can still very easily resume the cutscene over and over again. It is quite an annoying little thing that happens. So we got one last fight here, and then we're gonna head into Chapter 4. This is probably one of the slower segments. 3 and 4 are probably the most egregious. 8 and 9 have 2 slower segments back to back, but there's enough in between that it's not too bad. But 3 and 4 are probably the worst, where there's a lot of slow segments.
Something to say?
But once we get past Chapter 4 speed, we kind of hit a lot of gas, no brakes. There are some slower points, but mainly there's large chunks of gameplay in between the two of them. 3 and 4 is probably the biggest sin. It kind of stinks since it's at the very beginning of the run, so there's not a lot of time to build up donations or commentary or sell other runs. But that's probably like the biggest thing you can complain about here. Luckily, there's plenty of stuff to talk about since it's early on. There's a lot of game mechanics to go over. So right here, we're actually going to not hold a direction at the start and just slash.
Calling item.
All right. I think we're gonna have to fire this idiot. Yeah. If I get really lucky and he goes for a melee attack on Cloud, he'll get double hit by Blizzara. In that position, he's not going to. That's why I rolled, because I was hoping he would try to melee attack me. It seems like if you hit them, they're more likely to try and melee you in response. And you also don't hold an angle right there so that your slash hits all of them. If you hold an angle on your thumbstick, you're most likely only going to hit a few of them. So that's a problem.
We'll be back before morning, in case you...
So you can skip cutscenes with the by holding triangle. There's only one spot where it's faster, though. I'll talk about it when we get there. Skip the motorcycle minigame here. Honestly, I wish there were other minigames we could skip besides the motorcycle minigame. It is nice, because this is very long and very difficult and hard. The enemies hit a lot harder, they take a lot more damage to go down. Especially the one in Chapter 18 is really rough. Because normally Red heals you during that entire segment, but he only heals you once right before Motorball. So it might even be faster to take deaths on purpose to refill your HP. Because your special gauge gets refilled when you get hit, so it's usually optimal to take hits from the enemies.
Mind doing the honors?
So you end up needing to tank a lot of damage to speed things up.
You've got an arm on you.
So anyway, we can skip the motorcycle minigames, but not some of the other more annoying ones. Mainly the pump in Chapter 9 is the worst. So, we're heading into Chapter 4. This is mainly where Ice Magnify comes online and becomes more than just a useful tool to keep us floated in ATB, and ends up becoming a Ender of Worlds. We put Fire MP Absorb on specifically for this because Roche is really hard to deal with either lightning or ice. There's really no good way to deal with him. So Fire is mainly for him. We put MP Absorb on here too, so that we can make it through this fight without running out of MP. We either need MP Absorb on one of our elements, or MP up. MP Absorb is a little bit better though, because it keeps us at like max MP usually. We could double down on Ice and MP Absorb Ice, but there's a couple of crates in here, and MP Absorb Fire is good enough to get us where we need to go. In the PS4 version, you're going to need Lightning, though, because the sweepers were debuffed in the Intergrade version, so that we can get away with spamming Ice Magnify on them to kill them. In the PS4 version, we really need the Thunder to rip through their HP pool. I think a lot of the enemies that get debuffed were mainly for the Yuffie DLC. I think all of the changes were mainly for the Yuffie DLC, and because the materia is the same as the base game, uses the same exact systems, they got changed in the base as well, which led to a lot of route changes. Mainly Synergy got a huge buff. It used to take 1 ATB and an MP to cast. Now it's completely free, so it's really, really abusable. It's basically a pseudo First Strike materia for another character. And it lets us set and forget in some instances. Like, we can True Strike. And we can actually, like, throw an attack at something like Brave or something at a distance and not make contact, but the Synergy will hit it. So it's a pretty abusable command. Here we're going to be using a lot of Ice Magnify on the enemies here, even though they're not weak to Ice specifically. Ice has a really high stagger rate, so we're going to be able to stagger the enemies over and over again, which does two things. It triggers ATB Stagger to give us 900 ATB back each time we stagger an enemy, and because we have Magnify, it will trigger up to 3 times total, once for the base cast, and then 2 additional times for Magnify's duplications. So that basically just drowns us in ATB, 2,700. We will be using Refocus, but the other nice thing about Stagger is it gives us limit, 350 points of limit each time. Our level 1 limits are 1,000, our level 2 limits are 1,350, so 3 staggers for level 1, 4 staggers for level 2. And Refocus is a really nice materia that cuts our ATB into thirds instead of halves. And the benefit of that is instead of being 1,000 and 1,000 points for an attack, it becomes 650, 650, and 700. So it more or less cuts our cost into 2/3 instead of 1,000. So it'll allow us to spam abilities much quicker. And especially with ATB Stagger on deck, that's going to make it very hard to run out of ATB. We could activate it almost immediately in this fight,
He's serious.
but it turns out we can get through the first couple of phases pretty easily without using refocus. And because Biggs and Wedge have dialogue at the end of Phase 2, we can actually refocus during Biggs' dialogue in Phase 2. Even though refocus slows the passage of time, Biggs' dialogue progresses normally while we're doing the refocus. So even though we're slowing things down, Biggs' dialogue is still going.
I can handle this.
So we offset the time loss of refocus kind of slowing things down while letting Biggs' dialogue progress. It doesn't completely offset it, but it gets pretty
There's
close.
a training center too.
Makes it only lose a couple of seconds here or there, plus the menu. So it's pretty nice.
Really hungry.
So we're going to be basically staggering everything over and over again. And then we're going to be spamming fire on the boss to kill. We will use fire on some enemy groups so that we can hopefully one-shot them. There is one that I usually miss, but we'll talk about it when we get there. So we're going to get in here, slash right off the bat so that the enemies are pressured. And that way Blizzard Magnify will stagger. We won't use that until later, though. Oh, that's actually nice. That's awful. Blizzard. Blizzard. That's actually really awful. Annoying. So we had an extra guy survive there because the spell was a little bit too fast. We're actually going to walk this out to get the last bit of ATB. Okay, if you disrespect the missiles, that's what happens. Hopefully I don't get completely bullied by the sweepers, or else I could die. It is very possible. Fire up. Fire up.
No, it's
Okay, that's really bad. We're gonna have to do this the awful way because I'm stupid. I should have more ATB, but I'm dumb. I fire at the stupid grenader instead of the shock trooper. I'm lucky. Okay. Those were awful. I might die, actually. Okay, whatever. They backed up into each other, so that was a really rare setup.
get ready.
Into disorder. Okay, that was really awful. Luckily, Punisher counter makes me only take 10% damage, so I can survive this.
I told you we were gonna push it past the red line.
Fire.
Need a light.
Fire.
Calling fire.
Unfortunate.
Need a light.
I did avoid the ATB boost there, but that really wasn't that good of a fight. That annex was complete ass cheeks. So normally you want to fire the shock trooper, but I fired the grenader instead, so I needed to Punisher counter to get some ATB, and then do the same thing twice. So that's a major time loss. It would have been better off to just Blizzard Magnify at this point.
Why is that?
Everything from Phase 2 was wrong, pretty much. No, that entire fight was wrong, actually. Because one of the troopers survived the Blizzard spam. Very unfortunate. Not a single phase of that went right. Most of it was RNG, though. The fire was my fault. If you fire soon enough, you'll always get the shock trooper. If you fire too late and you don't make sure to lock onto the shock trooper, the game will auto-correct to the grenader for some stupid reason. You're better off using Blizzard at that point, but you usually have already done the input. And the thing is, you can usually cancel shortcutted inputs if you switch to a character, but because Cloud's the only character, if I miss input, I am married to that. So you're probably thinking I'm going to die here as soon as I get to the Whisper fights. You would be right if I wasn't forced to sleep in bed, which would normally recover my HP and MP, but because we're in hard, it only recovers my HP, but I've got enough. I could theoretically put a healing materia on if it wasn't for that. but it's not a problem right now. I do have a couple of healing materia floating around that I could steal pretty easily. But that just was a very unfortunate annex fight.
We're home free.
That annex probably could not have been any worse if I had actually tried to screw it up on purpose.
Now that I've got my blasting agent, we should have everything we need for our next mission.
The Roche fight was really scuffed too, because I went into it with too low ATB. Because the, I expected the sweepers to not die to triple Blizzara. You normally have to Blizzara an additional, fourth time if they don't back up right. But they backed up just close enough that the last hit double hit, so the Blizzara Magnify wasn't even needed, so I got really screwed there. It's really hard to explain all the stupid things that happened, but that annex was poop. I really am not happy with it. But that's kind of how it goes sometimes. The annex, it's really hard to die, but it's really not easy to do perfectly, because there is some level of RNG in it that requires a lot of recovery.
Sure.
But that's what I'm, you know, that's where I'm consistent, is if I get bad RNG, I'm usually, seen it often enough so that I know how to fix it. The Roche fight was really scuffed, though. You really don't want to be doing regular attacks unless you have Fire MP, Fire Elemental, not Fire MP Absorb. The problem was my ATB was complete ass, so I had to build it up some way. And if you have to go in with a full combo, you might as well Braver or Disorder. Luckily, my ATB was so high that, like, Disorder plus the Finisher was enough to make it so I only had a Punisher counter instead of Punisher counter ATB boost, but I probably should have just Bravered as soon as I was up at 3 bars. Braver has a pretty high damage multiplier and base damage value, so it hit, even with Mithril Saber, it hits pretty decently hard. I could have also fired or fire it as well. But my MP was all screwed up from having to do extra fire, so I was being a little frugal. Normally, honestly, with ATB recovery like that, I should have Fire Gut instead of Fire at the start. Fire Gut will bounce Roche in the air, and it'll basically let you just wail on it with a full combo, which is enough to recover what you need. That probably would have been the better choice, but I'm not used to having to go into that. Because you have to have a really bad sweeper fight as to where, like, both of the Blizzaras, you end up triple killing with Blizzara instead of needing the fourth one, so you just waste the ATB and you don't have the time to recover your ATB. So this fight right here kind of sucks. What we're trying to do is somersault A, B, and C and one-shot them, and then fire a D with Cloud. It's fire up. Oh, that's pretty bad. Okay, luckily, Somersault has a massive hitbox, so even though C tried to separate there, I was able to still hit him. That's why I actually do it the way I do. Otherwise, there's an extremely high risk of not hitting all the Whispers. If I do it that way, I can skip an additional spawn phase. As long as Somersault kills the last 3 instead of 2 of them. So we're looking for Impale here to get a counter, a Punisher counter that does a lot of damage. If not, we're going to have to do a lot of really stupid regular attacks here. Luckily, we kind of know, we have a pretty long window to react to Impale. Thanks for not playing game. So we're trying to duplicate Blizzara in such a way that it's going to stagger the Whisper immediately here. Which it did, and then Somersault's gonna finish him off. You can use, like, True Strike Fire, but damage ranges are a little bit scuffed there, so Somersault's more consistent. And we're out of here.
All right.
Sure.
We're heading into Chapter 5, 6, and 7, where we actually get to do stuff. 6 is a little bit slow, but there's enough to explain in there, because 6 is a lot of fleeing mechanics, awkward escape mechanics as well, that we need to kind of abuse. But there's enough gas that I need to focus. So we're going to be entering the train car here. We can actually do a save load in the train as we're walking up to Tifa. It's really tough to do because we need a good amount of momentum plus saving as we're walking into the trigger so that the thing triggers immediately out of a load. It's really tough to do, though, because we can't move at full speed. So we have to try and save load with the limited amount of speed we have, so it's really hard to hit the timing for this. Excuse me. Oh. So we're going to get rid of the mini-map here so I can see what's going on the right side here. This probably won't work, but we'll go for it anyway. Yep. I saved too early. So that's a couple of seconds lost, unfortunately. I do have a visual cue, so I was about 99% sure that wasn't going to work, but it was worth the risk to try and show that off. We'll lose us a couple of seconds, but what we could do is we would walk into this stupid cutscene, or pseudo cutscene as it's going on, and then just immediately talk to Tifa here instead. I don't even know what the fuck that is.
He'll be fine.
Maybe. Thanks.
So yeah, the problem is it's a pretty tight window because of Cloud's low movement speed here. So it's not one of those things where you can like tap forward and then like mash the menu over and over again. It's really hard to do with low movement speed. Being able to run at full speed makes this a lot easier. Get out of here. So what we're trying to do is wait for these guys to shoot me, take some damage, move on with my day. Let's throw these guys, and move out. Right now everything's dead. We're waiting for these guys, and we'll move on. So we did lose some time to save load, but whatever. That's how it is. We're going to turn the camera around here and wait. Alright, as soon as Tifa joins, we're going to dip on out of here. So Tifa's parry sliding is an incredibly good movement. If we can, we're going to be abusing it as much as possible. Unfortunately, there's some segments where we need to climb up a ladder, open a door, flip a switch, climb up some stairs or whatever, so we have to interact with something. So there will be some places where Tifa's movement is unfortunately not useful. Right here, we took damage ahead of time because we actually want to buffer, delay Tifa behind us a little bit. So that's what we're going to be doing. We want to delay the cure a little bit longer so we get some more out of it. If you delay it too long, Tifa will just start running towards this cutscene, and you can't interrupt it. No. Perfect.
Should be some stairs over there.
You mean these stairs? Sure. There's definitely stairs over here. So what that does is allows us to maintain full movement speed for a lot longer during the cutscene. Saves a nice little chunk of time. And if we get really lucky here, Barrett will stay pretty far back. That's about half as far. It's really hard and not consistent, but normally with that cutscene skip, you'll get a lot further. There is a save load I was doing, and I'm going to try not doing it this time, because I'm pretty sure it's what's triggering a really weird camera bug. So we'll see in a minute here. We're going to switch over to Tifa as much as possible and get as much of her movement going as we can. What we're looking for is a good flee timer. There are some set escape windows where you get forced back out of, or you get forced out of combat, period. But we're trying to get as far as we can with our fleeing. Okay. Hopefully we didn't buffer an uppercut here. Ah, bah humbug. I need to, like, stop parrying and dodge roll to cancel it. So yeah, the game obviously doesn't intend you to get into that little cutscene ahead of time, so it does a lot of weird stuff like that. Back roll, Blizzard. Okay. So we're trying to buffer our movement so the rats are closer to the Grosh Strike there to reduce the chances of the rats just running right out of ice or not getting hit by it at all.
They're mine.
Blizzard, True Strike. Okay. Blizzard is a damage range, but I've got Synergy with Barrett that should follow up, and then Tifa's True Strike should kill the other one. So we're going to roll over here, HP boost, Blizzard into Tifa's Somersaults. Blizzard again. Okay, everything's good.
Let's finish this.
Alright, so Cloud did take some damage here. That'll make my life a little bit easier in the next fight. We're not going to save load.
These really creep me out.
So we're going to be putting Goddardummerung back on Barrett, so we can get some movement segments where Barrett takes everything out and Tifa can keep moving.
This isn't bad, you know.
We're going to be toggling into Lightning Magnify and setting up our shortcuts as such. So, I don't know what I'm doing here, actually. What am I doing? Oh, God, this is the worst way to do this, Barrett. Got her, yes. Oh, my God, please help me. I realized that I didn't need to wait for the cutscene if I'm not going to save load it. And then that means my brain... Uh-oh. Nope, there we go.
Check it out. I guess Shimmer's doing something about.
So yeah, you can save load this cutscene, but it only saves a very little bit of time. But I have had a lot of issues with the camera messing up here, so I'm thinking HP boost into catastrophe, that the movement issue is caused by the save load there. Barrett cure Cloud, open this. So we want to buffer Barrett a little bit behind here with Cloud. It would be better if he healed himself, because he'd get here a lot sooner instead of Cloud. We could also spawn Barrett closer to the fence as well. We could grab the MP crate there to max Barrett's MP out, but it's not that important. Cloud would have been almost max MP. No. We're going to cast Thundergun Magnify here, so Cloud wouldn't be at max MP, period. If I could max out his MP, I could probably use Thunder Magnify, though. So your MP Absorb and HP Absorb is limited by the current HP pool of your enemy. Not their max, but their current HP. So if you're trying to use HP Absorb or MP Absorb on enemies with very low HP counts, you're not going to get everything back. And remember, MP Absorb is 100th, so every 1,000 is 1 MP back. And HP is max 40%, so the enemy needs a pretty large pool to get anything decent out of. Or you have to hit him with a very high damaging attack. So we're going to Thundergun here and get on out. So we're waiting for Barrett or Cloud's Thundera to hit first there. Even if Tifa's Thundera hits slightly before Cloud's Thundera, it won't one-shot that turret ever. What we're looking for, though, is Cloud to be able to bank his spell off of that turret and make sure the sweepers are dead. Could always use Thunder Magnify, too, but... this. Okay. Nice critical, Cloud. I really screwed with my movement.
So many guards.
Cloud is just throwing out crits all day. Alright, so let's not screw this fight up and have to reset again. Or quit, rather.
This it?
That was a really slow start, but whatever. Right. Cut. Strike. Pop, 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 pop. Strike. Upper. Okay. That. Okay. That front leg does take a little bit of damage. I could probably poke it with an additional command, but I want to hold the True Strike for the barrier here. Thundera, Thundera, Thundaga. Nice Thunder. So, Barrett, the only downside of having Barrett on a melee weapon is his attacks are very committal. So it can slow down his synergy quite significantly, so there is a little bit of variance. If you don't get the ability out soon enough for his synergy, sometimes he'll commit to a physical attack, which will lose you a little bit of time. Okay. Probably should uppercut before that. So if you do good movement here, you can kind of slip into this crevice during the cutscene. Sub 54? Nice. I'll take that with a smile on my face and a song in my heart. I'm going to stop save loading there, because I think that's what's causing that weird camera bug.
Yeah, except the bastard looked like a scorpion.
The thing is, the camera kind of bugs out in that fight sometimes, and will, like, spin 360 degrees over and over again. And because your movement direction is faced on where the camera is aiming, it'll cause you to literally just move in circles if it activates. So you have to, like, choose other forms of movements to keep that from happening. Normally, you can just parry across the room, like I did in that fight. But if that camera bug activates, you have to walk because it causes parry to spin the camera. It's really weird.
Just don't look down, okay?
Easy for you to say.
So we did the menu for Chapter 6. Next time we got a menu is in Chapter 7. We will have to follow up really quickly with 3 other menus. We'll do a menu a little bit at a time before the Airbuster fight, basically to set up for Airbuster. But right now we're going to be riding Lightning Magnify and Lightning MP Absorb on Cloud, Double Magic Up First Strike, ATB Boost. We've also thrown in ATB Stagger and HP Up, or MP Up actually. MP Up is just that if I accidentally fire off a spell, I have a higher MP pool, so the MP crates will give me more MP recovery. So it makes it easier to recover bad MP management. Mainly it's if I accidentally fat finger like a Thundiger or whatever, I don't have to reset. I can just let the fight ride and keep going.
But when you think how much Mako it must take to keep them running,
As long as I don't do it more than twice, I'm usually fine. The thing is, Tier 3 spells are extremely expensive. Tier 1 is 4 or 5. Lightning costs 1 extra MP, so we'll just, increase the value in your head. They're more expensive when it's Thunder. So 4 or 5. But has a 20% cost reduction, so it pushes it down to 3 and 4. And then it's 10 and 11. So it's the same thing. 8 and 9. And then 21 and 22. So it's 19 and 20. So we will be using a lot of MP. Okay, we're trying to move through here as much as possible. There is a forced exit of combat line there, but you can parry over it. So you can avoid some major time loss there if you get really lucky. As long as the problem is sometimes your parry ends on that line, so you got to be careful about your angles, to be honest. And you got to have good inputs there, or else sometimes you really screw yourself over.
yeah.
Okay.
So we're going to be using Melee Barret early on for the extra catastrophe damage, because it is based on his physical attack. And the nice thing about the can openers is they have a 20% damage buff at max MP. And because he doesn't have First Strike, we're really not going to be casting much with him. So he's going to be having that buff the entire time. So it makes his Synergy Lightning do about the same amount as it would with EKG.
Give your best shot.
Oh my lord, that was sloppy as hell. Sloppy as hell, awful parry time, or flee time. That was all my fault,
I
though.
think we can climb onto that pipe.
I could have made lost a little bit less time there, but I was not parrying well at all. So the flee timer is randomly between 3 to 6 seconds. In this area, it's a big problem, because we don't need to deal with, like, any of these encounters. Most of these fights do nothing, run away, because they just are a waste of time. There's no interactables, so there's no reason to take the fight.
Enough.
You could probably end the fight pretty quickly, but the other thing, too, is we have Teep in the party, so we want to use her parry as much as possible.
One with a tornado warning, baby. Don't look at the fan.
Even if
Whatever
we can
you
end the
do.
fights really quick, the problem is we want longer flee timers, and we have no way to influence that to increase it. We can restart it by swapping between characters. There's a pretty complex way of resetting the flee timer. It is possible, but it's probably not worth it, to be perfectly honest. So let's just take what you get, unfortunately. We have to switch off the lamp here. This is going to be the next one. This fight is probably the most annoying one in the entire chapter. What we're looking for is an ATB boost. Well, we're going to ATB boost just to make sure it's consistent. You could raw Thundiga and hope it kills all 3 Garage Strikes, but it's not consistent. You're kind of high rolling, low rolling.
Not really. Couple seconds, maybe. 3 tops.
Section H is just up ahead. Slow and steady, guys.
And that's our objective?
So,
Cargo platform? Yeah.
got a pretty
I'm
okay
pretty sure
first
that's the
hour
one.
here. Could have had better. But I've also had much worse, too. So we need to wait until Cloud steps right there to skip the cutscene. Yeah, cutscenes are really weird in this game. Some of them take a while to be skippable. Not really enough to be holding triangle and having it be a thing, but
It's from a speech President Shinra gave.
so we're gonna attack this one right here. Oh, okay, we didn't need to do that. That's really annoying, and my own fault. Okay. I can't believe I had perfect ATB. That's super uncommon. Alright, I can't complain. As long as that light goes off by an hour and I'm in a good mood. We want to make sure to target that left one right there with Magnify. Alright. This is really good. I've been past this before, but for a marathon run, I'm more than happy with this start.
Which way to the next light?
I'm also one of those runners you should keep the timer away from because it can put me in a foul mood. I usually hide it off screen. I'm trying to learn to not watch it like a hawk. So right here, we really don't lose that much time being kicked out of combat. This switch actually takes quite a while to activate, so it's not that bad if you get kicked out early. As long as you're relatively close to it, it minimizes the time loss. So we're just going to roll forward with Cloud here on purpose. We're trying to link both of these fights together, so I need Cloud to enter fleeing ASAP. Ah, unfortunate. Because what we're looking for is, these two fights are really awkward. It's kind of hard to explain. But this switch takes a while. But if we link those two fights together and don't exit,
It's a shame we had to wander around
the
so much.
characters Barrett and Cloud will spawn on that upper platform above the elevator instead of in the elevator when I correctly flee.
Speaking of which,
So I actually need to down warp Cloud to those turrets so that it doesn't take forever to start casting thunder on them. Because the game really likes to be within a certain distance of its target if you shortcut. So it's hard to explain, but the game is stupid, so I'm trying to minimize its stupidity by knowing it's going to be stupid and doing my best to prevent it from being stupid. We're going to Thunder on Magnify here. You can actually do this with Thunder, Magnify, and it's a little bit quicker, but it's a little bit more risky too. The thing is, you want these monsters to not join the fight so that we have a fight after we throw this switch so we can take full advantage of Tifa's parrying to try and get back to the elevator. Lift, whatever you want to call it.
I hope that Jesse's
So
okay.
we're going to switch over to Tifa here and get on elevator. No matter what, this saves a pretty big amount of time. Even if you get kicked out of combat early on, it's better than a sharp stick in the eye. Because it's so much quicker than running the whole distance like that.
So he came up with a few ways to kill time.
We ought to reach him long before he dies aboard.
So yeah, we're about to hit the Chapter 7. We got a lot of rooms that we got to deal with, and there's a little bit of time in between each one, so I'll try and describe it as we get into it. But, pretty good. There'll be a little bit of a slow period in Chapter 8, but that'll be it. Then we got quite a few combat segments.
So long, underplay.
Unfortunately, we have some pretty slow minigames in between those segments, but plenty of time to talk about combat mechanics. Especially with Aerith in the party, because the dynamic changes greatly, and we end up abusing self-destruct with Cloud, and Synergy with Aerith, and Magnify with Aerith. So Aerith ends up becoming a glass cannon that we kind of have to describe a lot of stuff with.
Be ready.
Because we take advantage of a lot of really, like, awkward mechanics that normally
Hear that,
wouldn't come up.
guys? It's the reactor column. Back in the sand.
Dog's
Bring
just
it on,
stretching after
Avalanche.
taking a nap on my bed. Thunder up. Strike. Thunder. So everything's over here. Okay, Cloud decided not to cast Thunder twice. That's great. Thank you. Appreciate it. And by that I mean go F yourself, Cloud.
Okay. Big should be waiting for
Luckily, Thunder comes out pretty quick. Looks like he, I did it early enough that he didn't
Even
roll.
after all that fighting,
Just cast
no
it
one's coming for
instantaneously.
us?
No need. This is Shinra City.
About as fun as a
Probably
short stick in the
cameras
eye.
everywhere.
Some of these early chapters
Why
have
didn't you
just
say
little
something
obnoxious things,
Wait
really
till
no
they
big
bail
time
out.
losses.
It's like walking a tightrope. When you're on it,
Oof.
only 2 ways off.
Better keep my
So,
balance.
Chapter 7,
You'll be good at it.
you would think Fire Magnify would come online there. We need Lightning on the boss anyway,
It's nothing.
and we need it on Crab Warden. So if you do a little bit of finagling, you can make it work throughout the entirety of the chapter. The upside is Wind and Lightning both spawn on the target, lightning instantaneously hits when the spell drops. The downside is lightning does have a very narrow hitbox, so it's very hard to get multi-hits, but it does hit instantaneously. The only time it doesn't is if the enemy is like clipped into a crate or something and gets a ceiling over it of a object that you would normally bounce off of if you attack. So we've got a save load coming up here that's pretty straightforward and safe, thanks to Steam Hams finding a visual cue here. Normally we would react to Barrett saying hey here, and it's a pretty tight window, but if you see this grate on the left, as soon as we knock it off screen, we can open the menu here and save load. And what that'll do is skip the entire pseudo cutscene of staring at Airbuster, and let's just run straight through here. Saves a good 20 seconds. That one's probably the easiest hard save load in the entirety of the game.
Got spooked and cleared out.
Okay.
Guess it's my turn.
That was really awkward.
Worked up a good sweat.
Almost there.
So we got a set of 4 enemies here. What we're going to do is Thunder Magnify to take out 3 of them, and then switch to Barrett to use his Thunder Magnify to take out the remainder. And then there we go. We got a couple of sweepers here, but we'll just Thunder Magnify both of them. That'll have a high enough damage output, plus it'll hit the turrets here, so that Cloud will get an ATB stagger out of it, which lets him get an extra bar, meaning cast another Thunder Magnify, bingo, bango, bongo, deadzo, deadzo, deadzo. And the upside of it is we do enough damage and the enemies have enough HP that we exit the fight with max MP. It isn't super important, but it is really nice, because what it's going to do is this Shock Trooper fight here is going to be a lot easier, because we get 20% damage bonus on the Thundiga Magnify here. So it'll allow us to fling the Elite Trooper back more consistently into the hitbox of the Thundiga on the other regular Shock Troopers in the back row. So it's a nice damage output. So we're gonna Thundera, switch over to Barrett, switch back. Unfortunate. Sometimes it one-shots. So what happened there is the Elite Shock Trooper got knocked back into the other Shock Troopers' Thundigas and got 2-shot. Unfortunately, sometimes it under-damages the other Shock Trooper. I'm beginning to think it actually blocks one of the Shock Troopers' Thundigas. I don't know. I'm not really sure what goes on with that fight, why that one Shock Trooper usually survives. Sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does. I don't know what causes everything in there. Crap.
Now let's see what these bastards.
Sometimes you get lucky and Star Shower kills everything in there. Sometimes it doesn't.
It looks like a...
It's not a... If the Star Shower takes care of the Elite Shock Troopers, you got your money's worth, to be honest. You probably should ATB boost, though, but because I noticed there was only going to be one of them left alive, I was like, yeah, I'm fine.
Sounds bad.
Pretty sure.
Sounds bad? Sounds good. Alright. So, we're going to be heading up the back ways here, and Thunder Magnify is going to siphon MP back on these enemies. They do have pretty low HP pools, so we're not going to be able to recover everything we spend. But it will stagger the turrets. Monodrive's not so much. So that way we're going to get our ATB back and we can just Thunder again immediately on the other turret. We do want to try and get all the way up to the door with Tifa if we can. So we got to like balance when we cast the spell and when we don't.
You're on your own.
Thunder. Try and get a little bit up here. Takes a while to trigger this button, so there we go. Thunder. Alright, so now we got all the time in the world here. Grab this MP crate. Okay. Tifa Star Shower is going to kill pretty quickly.
Looks like there's 2 consoles this time.
May notice that we can overlap the dialogue there. That's one of the few places.
Okay, everything. Those greedy
Barrett!
the people.
1,000 Gil says they cut the sound.
Okay. So we're gonna Thundiga here. Thundiga, Catastrophe to avoid the roll animation, and then just get on out of here. We're trying to change the camera angle here.
Let's move, move, move.
Alright, we're gonna ATB boost, so we have 2 bars. Thundera. Thunder into True Strike, and there we go.
Piece of cake.
Alright. So we're almost through Chapter 7. A lot of these rooms are extremely technical. They may look super easy, but it took me quite a while to route it out so that everything went down flawlessly. And the enemies would consistently go down, and I didn't under damage or over damage. This next room's probably the most obnoxious, because trying to get ATB boost going in this room is an absolute nightmare. See what I mean? Overrun. Overrun sucks. That's the wrong spell. That's gonna cost me a lot of damage.
Pushovers. Come on, y'all.
Uh-oh.
We're coming
Did I not get
up.
my MP back?
The moment big.
Right.
I definitely got my MP back, but I got it at the wrong time. That's super bad.
Mow him down.
Time to go. My move. Alright, so Cloud's
You're
MP
good
is
at
completely fucking screwed up now because I'm a
Told you
dummy.
so.
I might actually have to grab the crate on the
Can't
way
say we
out. This is
didn't
not
prepare.
good.
Now we just gotta
Skip. I'm definitely gonna have to grab the crate now because I'm an idiot. I don't know
The
why.
terrorists have breached the room and are engaging our forces. At this rate, there's no telling when we'll have it fully operational.
Stupid.
But sir,
I cannot explain why what I just did was extremely dumb. It's really hard too. Into EKG no, Goddard Tifa yes, Synergy. Hey. Okay. I accidentally hit the character swap, so it cycled. I wasn't 100% consistent if or sure if I demagnified Thundera there. I'm probably gonna lose some more time here too, because I need to not cast.
We're getting back up that pipe.
Keep looking. Buzz off.
Okay, luckily I got my MP back. Alright.
Bastard cleared the way for us.
Alright, we're good to
Real
go.
subtle invitation.
We were gonna
Tifa?
anyway.
That's really bad. That might actually delay this fight a little bit. No, it's fine. Okay. If you cure too close to the fight, Tifa will still be in the cure animation, so the game takes a while to spawn her in properly. Okay. Rough. Oh no, dude. Alright. So, luckily my MP was good, so I didn't need to grab the crate, but it got really dicey there. I almost screwed up really
It's
bad.
locked down.
Is there any way?
Yeah, from that room.
Because you want to get full MP, and because I accidentally cast Thundera there, I didn't have enough
Why
juice
does every
You know
to do
the
it right.
you think we'll find
treasure vault? Woo, I like the sound
You want
of
to
that.
cast Thunder in that room. Magnify.
So how do we?
It's
Thundera.
We move the lever.
Got
Thundera
this.
is completely
I'll take that.
unnecessary. It's too much.
Just leave right, soldier.
It would be enough if I only had to kill one enemy, because then I could use the synergy to finish off. Big time.
So we need to.
So luckily, that's why I have the MP ups though,
Follow my lead.
so that the crate restores more MP, so it
your
makes
way.
a mistake like that
Okay.
less
Pay
detrimental.
attention, you two. 3, 2, 1.
So we do have a menu after this that I need to do. Actually, two. So we want to Thundera a True Strike right off the bat. What that's going to do is put Airbuster into a pressured state, so we can kind of throw some Thunder and Focus Strikes at him to hit the damage threshold without him being able to throw out his little electric balls, which will stun lock Cloud. And Cloud's Thunder Magnify, or Thunder Synergy, is our main damage output source. So if we lose that, the fight pretty much needs to be reset immediately, so... Thunder lock on True Strike. Into focus. Alright, so we're good to go here. I gotta be very careful to make sure I don't screw something up. There we go. So you can clip through Tank Buster there, if you do the movement properly. Parry allows you to kind of like displace your hitbox so that you don't get snatched up by it immediately. And then Focus Strike has like a weird enough hitbox that it just lets you clip through Tank Buster. And then once you clip through the hitbox, you're good to go. Thundera, 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 Thundera. Ooh, perfect timing. I can't even act like I did that on purpose. Iron, no. No, thank you. Wrong. What? Oh my god, my brain is breaking. There we go. That first part of the menu was so good that my brain just stopped working there. So we're gonna triple slash right off the bat here. Luckily, we're not losing too much time to that. Reno can only spawn on a timer, and we can't make the first cycle. So we're really not that far off from being able to do it. We gotta wait for him to spawn in anyway. If your ATB is really bad there, you have access to ATB boost, but I don't need it because my ATB was fantastic, and I'm also stupid. If I manage to position Cloud in the right spot here, we can self-destruct and skip the jump back. You'll jump back and then start the next phase immediately if you position Cloud in the right spot with a self-destruct there instead of zip forward. But it's really hard to hit. We're gonna cross slash right off the bat. Need to make sure that you lock on in between the two phases so that cross slash targets Reno, not one of the EMP balls. This, and then we want magnify. So now everything's good to go until we get deeper into Chapter 9. We will need to make a slight adjustment for our synergy element because we need the extra damage on machines. But we're good to go for now. So we have Synergy Wind specifically for Rude. He's weak to it right now. We'll need the extra damage output.
Come on.
Wind is probably one of the least desirable elements early on here. It is very good for Wind Drakes. Flying enemies are only weak to wind. Even in hard mode, Valkyrie is only weak to wind as well, even though he's half machine. Helitroopers are like the only exception. The flying troopers with the propeller blades, they're weak to wind and fire. But for the most part, flying enemies are only weak to wind. There's some very, very unique exceptions, but for the most part, it's not a problem. So if you hold on to right here after this, you should be able to keep buffering some forward movement during that cutscene. Also, I don't know why my map disappeared, but whatever. Turn left here. So yeah, you want to make sure your camera is facing the exact way that I did when I cut the chandelier, and then you can buffer some movement while the camera's panning back up.
Let's move.
Because that's naturally where the game expects you to have the camera set. So having it right there allows us to buffer some movement during the pan, because the game considers the camera as being in that location, even though there is an obvious camera pan. So what happened is we abused self-destruct. And Iron Blade is a major factor in the reason we could do that.
Stay close.
So cool.
We're gonna hopefully get Aerith to push us. Not today, I guess. Some days she'll give us a good boost, other days she says no. We're gonna try and pass her on the left here, so we wanna hold back a little bit and then whoop, try and get around her right now. We don't wanna bonk into her so we don't slow her down or slow Cloud down. As long as we get outside before all her dialogue finishes, we save a little bit of time. You can get out here a little bit sooner if
Let's
she
just
pushes
go.
you, but it's
Okay.
not. It doesn't
See that
always
village? Shall we
happen.
mosey up?
I'm not quite sure what the conditions are for her to push you instead of bonk off you like she did there. So Aerith is going to be
what's next
using
for you?
Mithril
A
Rod
little bit of
instead of Silver
bodyguard
Staff. A lot of people like to do ask this question.
After that,
Do you use Silver
back to the
Staff
Sector
because of the
7
20% cost reduction? It is nice, but it impacts her damage far too much for
That's
it to be
super
worth
early.
it.
was one of
Honestly,
Shinnow's
her
toys.
higher magic stat makes it so
What's
she
a
one-shots
terrifying
most
view?
things.
Dunno.
So her MP, the drain on her MP is actually less because of the higher damage output.
Turks get
So
called
we
in to
don't need
handle
to
all kinds of
spread it as thin,
situations.
especially with
Extreme
Synergy on
prejudice.
deck. That allows her to get a lot of free damage off without having to waste ATB
So
or
what's
MP.
Looked
But
like
yeah,
you knew
Silver
each
Staff is good casually, but not really good in a speed run. We hard Mithril Saber and Mithril Rod whenever we're casting spells.
You mad?
Tifa and Barrett is a little bit of a gray area because their like damage outputs differ
Be
greatly.
surprised if you have.
Barrett has really bad stats and his weapons are kind of
Honestly,
garbage
kind of
anyway.
Well,
Um,
first time and all.
so like stats are a little bit less important with him, especially since he sometimes has Goddard Ummerung on instead of Fury Ring, which lowers his damage output by 30% because he doesn't have consistent Berserk for the damage buff.
Moment.
And Tifa, for the most part, has ridiculously high magic, but not the best ridiculously high physical, not the highest magic.
On your own.
So yeah, Aerith is going to be on
Those levels of
Magnify
soldier
Synergy
candidate?
whenever she's in the party.
Petty.
She doesn't have the 20% cost reduction like I said earlier. So,
Kinda rusty.
I find
I'll
that
go first.
Magnify MP Absorb isn't as good. It probably is worth doing, but I just don't do it right now because it's overly complex menuing.
Whew.
Right now I have
Wasn't
MP
expecting.
Absorb basically hard equipped to
Thank you,
Cloud
Cloud.
to minimize the amount of juggling materia around.
Huh.
The problem is
There it
MP
is.
Absorb,
Go on.
HP up, warding
You know,
materia,
Too dangerous?
ATB
much.
Stagger,
Maybe
Skill
not.
Master
Even
are all limited.
people hate
ATB
all that
Assist, First
passion.
Strike, all have a limited
All
number.
dreams.
So we end up having to juggle those around a lot. Mainly magic ups and first strikes are the biggest offenders that we have to
This time I'll
toggle
go
back and
first.
forth
After
for
all,
damage
I
output.
can't
But
count on you to wait.
Sure about this?
See for yourself. Maybe I'll go on ahead and leave you all by your lonesome. Just,
Maybe you shouldn't talk.
then you talk. Tell me a story.
Not for free.
Okay.
Cheapskate. You're.
you want to make sure you're not recklessly running into cutscene triggers, especially ones like this, because you'll end up getting backed up by the
Gotcha.
game.
You're killing me here.
And the game, it makes you back up for a good couple of seconds, slowly stepping back. There's only a few places where that's not a problem, because
Here
it'll
goes
trigger the
nothing.
progression cutscene anyway. I'll talk about it when we're kind of situated. But for the most part here, we're going to be abusing self-destruct. With self-destruct, we do a ton of magic damage, with pretty high multiplier.
We're getting closer to the
So we can
station.
more or less get 10k damage on
So,
anything. The
we'll
downside
probably
is it
run
does
into
take 2
a
ATB to
few
use. But it doesn't require any MP. Which really isn't that much of an issue.
Scarier things are asleep.
Getting MP recovery each chapter is more than enough. You can be very aggressive here with your rolling. Oh my god, I forgot to ATB or unlock. That's stupid. You can be very aggressive here with your rolling and link the 2 fights and avoid the escape. It does save a little bit of time, but the risk is very high because the fleet timer is random and there's no way to tell where you're at.
Station's
And
there.
I can see
unless
that.
you're literally tassing it or something.
Thought the world you knew didn't include stations.
Or doing like a single segment, or not a single segment, but a segmented run, so you could like reset over and over again and risk it.
Didn't expect to see you.
So what we're abusing on Cloud is a little bit different. Self-destruct isn't as potent without the magic ups, but it's potent enough that we can get away with it. So self-destruct is one of the 4 enemy skills in the game. Allegedor is like the only other decent one. It's the ice damage over time, over about 60 seconds.
There's
Does a
Shayla
fairly
dump site
decent
up
amount of
ahead.
damage.
Not the kind of
But
place
because it
anyone
takes
would
60
ever
seconds
choose
to
hang
actually
around
do
in.
all the damage,
great
it's
place
really
to
not
hang out.
super good. I did the thing again. If you attack too soon, you end up just slashing the air instead of slashing
Leave this
forward.
to
Right
me.
here, you have to like lock on, de-lock on. It's kind of weird. So I just roll. Oh boy. And that's what I'm worried about right there, the feast. That'll hold you still and keep you from doing anything and do quite a bit of damage. But Iron Blade has a very specific setup that facilitates self-destruct. Has a pretty decent physical attack, which isn't important. Has a fairly decent magic stat of 110, which I believe is like 40 lower than his Mithril Saber. Doesn't have the 20% damage buff at max or 20% cost reduction. But it does have an even more important ability, Reprieve. And Trade-Off is a nice little benefit as well. So Reprieve will revive you at 1 HP as long as you're 2 HP or higher, have not activated it once, and take lethal damage. This does work for self-destruct, but only if you set it up very specially. So the thing here is we have Subversion Warding. Normally, self-destruct inflicts instant death, and then Cloud gets just sacked and falls to the ground immediately.
Still a fair ways off.
But with Subversion Warding, instead the developers wanted to kill you anyway, so you do a bunch of self-damage. The nice thing about that, though, is that activates Reprieve, so we don't die. We can also add HP Absorb onto the enemy skill as well, so that self-destruct siphons 40% of its damage back. Keep in mind, though, like I said earlier, it is limited by the enemy's HP pool. So our HP Absorb is only as strong as the amount of HP the enemy still has remaining in their pool. So if we use it on smaller enemies like Gorgers or Hedgehog Pies, we're going to end up leaving the combat with like a couple hundred hit points. But if we use it on like Reno, Smoggers, or Sweepers, we can exit the combat with several thousand HP. Running in front of me.
And we're safe.
So yeah, Subversion Warding lets us evade self-destruct's instant death. The developers decided that they wanted you to die from SD, so you just end up taking a ton of self-damage, which activates Reprieve. As far as I can tell, that self-damage that you take is not capped. Or because of Reprieve, it, like, it activates multiple times. I'm not sure. I think it's just not capped in the back end. This movement right here is actually really difficult. You need to have, like, a slight upward angle to your right to get it to hold because of the camera change screwing with your inputs. Yeah, so self-destruct activates Reprieve, and because we do so much damage to ourselves, the game basically fills our limit bar. Without magic up, though, it's not 100% consistent. We'll get a limit out of it. It's more like we get somewhere between 95 and 100% of a limit bar. So we mainly use it on boss fights where we know we can take an additional hit to get that last little trickle charge of limit. There are a few cases where we're going to be using it for a level 2 limit, but for the most part we don't need to.
Should be able to relax a little now.
Frost Slash is more than good enough in a lot of circumstances to get us where we need to go. That's not a bad run, 730. I'd like it to be a bit lower, but that's PB pace, not marathon pace. Sub 128 is good enough for me. So we're gonna pan the camera up here, and then I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break. We got plenty of time to heal after this. We'll see you guys then.
Working for Wu-Tai, isn't it obvious?
There's still a lot of smoke rising
Using
from the rubble.
spies so they don't have to break
While
the
fallen
ceasefire.
beams and other debris continue to hinder rescue
Those
efforts,
devils
the
are trying
fires
to start
appear to
another
have been
war.
mostly
So if we
extinguished.
help catch the bombers, we get a
over
reward or
there.
something?
That's the director of Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division, isn't it?
Enough of that doom and
Excuse me,
gloom.
ma'am, but would you mind answering a few
here,
questions?
They're targeting reactors. There's no
Can you give
reason
us any
for them to
updates
attack
on the
us.
status of the reactor?
So,
What
when
kind
are
of
the
damage
trains
did
gonna
it suffer
start
in the
up again?
explosion? Are we in any danger?
Mako Reactor 5 has been temporarily shut down, and all fires have been successfully extinguished. The situation is under control, and the people of our fair city need not worry about any additional complications. We're in the process of conducting a full forensic investigation, but we suspect the device used was similar to that employed in the attack on Mako Reactor 1. The perpetrators of that atrocity were filmed making their escape. These agents of the eco-terrorist group Avalanche are currently believed to be in hiding somewhere in Midgar.
And given that this group has now attacked 2 reactors in quick succession, can they really be stopped before they strike again?
What do you think? Have no fear. Shinra will keep Midgar safe.
Okay, time's up!
Those avalanche
All right, let's go.
Without the reactors, how are we supposed to live?
We need to stand up and fight against anyone who tries to destroy our way of life.
Man, I can't decide where to go on my honeymoon.
I'd recommend Costa del
Oh,
Sol.
what timing? Mind lending me a hand?
Place is really hopping, huh?
Nice side effect of the train situation. So, what do you say?
I'd love to, but... I help out every now and then. It's fun.
Aerith!
Well, well. What are you doing all the way up there?
Was trying to get a look at the reactor. Who's this guy?
This is Cloud. He's a mercenary. And currently my bodyguard. That's Oates.
See you.
2 peas in a pod. So, what are you guys up to?
We all went to see the reactor. Oh, that's right. You're supposed to come by the house.
What for?
I don't know. You're just supposed to.
Well, guess we have a new destination. I should probably explain. The Leaf House is the local orphanage. That's where all these kids live.
Hey, Aerith, where'd you go? The church again? Next time, we should all go together.
Why, hello, Aerith. As popular as ever, I see.
Apparently, but they sure keep me on my toes.
Better than being bedridden. Thanks again for all those herbs. You've helped a lot of people.
Usually take
No
that
problem.
little
Anytime.
segment as an
How'd
opportunity
you manage
take
to
a standing
find so
break,
many anyway?
stretch and all that stuff.
Oh, I have my ways.
And him?
He's my
4.5
bodyguard,
hours in the seat.
just until I get
Long
home.
time.
And you're sure he's up to it?
Maybe. Since I'm so generous, I gather medicinal herbs for his patients sometimes. Here's the Leaf House.
There you are. We're back. Sorry to make...
Don't be.
Well then,
No problem.
all you can care... What with all the dew?
I'm sure they will.
Let's all wash up before our meeting.
Someone told me that talking to them would help them grow bigger.
So... Okay.
Okay. Alright. Alright. So the dialogue is here pretty long. It's actually 2 parts, so I have to like save load once to skip the first one, then save load to skip the second one. That gets us back up to full movement speed ASAP. That segment there, walking around, there's
My
really
house is
nothing
just
too
up this
special
path.
to talk about.
Mom should be home by now.
We're not going to have
So
to
I'll
menu
introduce
again
you.
until we get into Chapter 9. We will have to make a couple of, a small tweak towards the start of Chapter 9, and then 2 smaller ones
There
for
you
bosses,
go. That's
basically.
my house.
It's amazing.
Got to make a tweak for both the boss fights. Luckily, our boss fight tweak for Abzu, or Apps, will keep us all the way till Eligor now.
That Aerith. She's a handful, isn't she?
Ghoul can be a pretty obnoxious boss fight, depending on how you decide to take care of that fight in hard mode.
And these right here are my babies.
Grab some flowers here. Not really do anything special about it. Flowers here, there's nothing we can do to increase the time here. Just grab the closest flower to where we need to go. Doesn't really matter which one you grab. Any different 3 gives you a collage
Which
of a flower.
ones do you think we should pick?
The white ones give you the
Oh, don't be like
Google.
that. I know you have an eye for this
Luck.
kind of thing.
The yellow
Good
ones
eye.
give you the
People
Chocobo,
used to give these
or
to declare
Speed,
their loyalty to one another.
and the green ones give you
Interesting,
Cactuar. 10,000 years of pain.
I think we still need a few more. Which should we pick next? She said, as many as you can carry, so maybe a few more?
We have to grab 3 to keep going. Now,
I think we're good now.
this is kind of
What do
the
you
end of the
say?
slow
Shall we
segment
go?
here. Gotta go save some kids from a bunch of monsters. The real monsters in those fights are unironically the rats.
Gun or anything.
Actually,
I'm not cut out for this crap.
Sure you
the
are.
smoggers and hedgehog
You're
pies
going
are
to
somewhat
drowning
difficult,
in
but the
Java.
rats are the actually really dangerous ones.
So,
The rats have an
how do
ability
we arrange
called
these
arms
flowers?
that will summon an
Well,
additional
we'll
wave
soon
of
find
rats. Yeah, it's very much like the whispers earlier on. It's not that they can summon an additional wave of rats or an additional wave of whispers. It's the speed at which they are summoned. They take a very long time to spawn in, and they're not targetable for a long time. And by the time they become targetable, it's really hard to actually deal damage to them and one-shot them. And you have the chance of activating
Where's
Call to
Eric?
Arms again.
The leaf.
So we're actually going to be using Sorcerer Storm here, which is a AoE on around Aerith, to try and mitigate the issue. So as long if the rats are injured or the game decides you can go eat bricks,
You could say, yeah.
Call to Arms can be
That's
activated.
what I thought. Is this
It's
guy
very
crazy?
unlikely the
I
game
don't
decides to
like
just
I know
be an
someone who
a-hole
can.
about it,
Come
but as long as we avoid doing damage and just one-shot all the rats, we should be able to avoid Call to Arms. There is, you know, some chance that there's really nothing you can do about it, but, so, Source Storm has a nice AoE and hits all at once. If you go with, like, a magic spell, Magnify slightly delays the hit in between the spell castings, so you meet the conditions of damaging one of them, and Call to Arm activates instantaneously. So if there's even a thought
I
in
know
the
this place is off limits to grown-ups.
you know, the game.
but
If the
we
game
wanna
even, like,
rescue them,
fires off the
well,
synapse,
we gotta break
just
the
the
rules.
one frame, it's enough. So we're trying to one-shot all of them so that the conditions aren't met for the activation. And the only way we see it is if the game decides to troll the crap out of me.
You're back.
Aerith's come to... Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna Sword Storm the second two
Don't worry,
fights,
I've brought a
and then the
seat.
third fight
so
saving the
I don't
kids, or
know.
fourth fight
Right
saving the
now?
kids
Come
is a
on.
little bit jank. We're just gonna Thundera Magnify the first and fourth fight. Those are both
They ran
YOLO
up this
fight.
way.
They're both
careful.
like pretty straightforward fights we don't have to worry about. It's the saving the kids fight that's
Where do
overly
you think they
complicated.
went?
Who knows?
We need to
Kids.
find a way to get through all the enemies really quickly.
Just hope we find them.
Nice. So I didn't really want to get hit there, but there's not much I could do about it.
Piece of cake.
Aerith?
I'm backing off a bit.
I don't... Not
Was
input
never in doubt.
Interesting. So you could YOLO and move Cloud all the way over here to the bridge.
There
The
they
problem is the rats can randomly aggro to either character. So if you want Sork Storm to be consistent, you need to kind of hang out next to Aerith. Luckily the AI is pretty passive, so it didn't hit the rats at all, but it is pretty dangerous.
Hey, you asked for it.
Oh, I hate everything.
Let's be smart.
Aerith, we're going to Thundera Magnify. Magnify. There we go, we got the extra Call to Arms game. Cool!
Stay back.
Really fun and inventive combat. Thank you. I fucking hate the developer that came up with that. And there we go. Run's dead.
Too bad.
That right there loses like 10 seconds, and then it loses like another 10.
All right.
I was trying to use Thundera, and then the AI is like, is that what you do? Arrow. That's not what I wanted to do.
That's that.
Member berries. I had to do that in a really weird way.
How shocking.
Normally, I arrow the hedgehog on the far right side, but because the one on the left was the one that got arrowed, I had to kill him really quick, so Thundera Magnify killed. This area sucked. That's what I was talking about, though. One of the rats can just decide to not attack, and then can activate Call to Arms, because you meet the conditions. It's very uncommon that you get screwed by that. But that's the bullshit you gotta deal with here. I'm very much not a fan of this area. Because runs have gone to die here for no other reason than the game told me to eat shit. You want to try and do as much out-of-combat movement here as possible, but Aerith decided to cast Thunder instantaneously there instead of dodge rolling.
I might have.
So I'm mad. Get mad. It's like 10 or 15 seconds just because Hayden said fuck you.
Kinda in a rush, so...
Nope.
Nothing to it.
You just grow up to be a soldier. You gotta work at it. Cloud thinks I'm good enough.
So yeah, Call to Arms is absolute cancer.
Look at you.
If you get one, you're most likely going to get two. And I was lying to myself that I was somehow going to get Thunder at kill all of them. Problem was I switched to Aerith, and for some reason the game is really passive on Aerith, but as soon as the game gets control of Cloud, or like Tifa, it goes to... It is just like... The gloves are off, mask is down, we are ready to fight. Aerith and Barret.
Thank you.
It does not
And
it does
now
not
okay,
attack with
you guys are
non-melee
both grown-ups,
characters.
but you're also one of us now.
It's pretty sad, actually. I hate it. So, I guess if that's the worst thing that happened, I can deal with it.
Hey, Cloud.
Because that wasn't really my fault. There's not much you can do about that if the rat decides to screw you over like
I
that.
always have the latest information.
Depending on which one's passive, too, it's not normally an issue. But that one was just far enough away to screw me over. Even if I had tried to, like, triple slash or cast a spell or something with Cloud, it wouldn't have reached. Because it still would have activated. The moment the word pops up, it's over. The ability's already activated. It's not like a charging for a spell or something. That's the most ridiculous part of it. There's, like, no downtime. I don't even know why it bothers to say anything. Because it's like, there's no reason. You can't even react to it, to be honest. It's ridiculous.
Great job. Oh, I nearly... He was dressed all in black.
Anyway.
A little scary.
Go bald somewhere else. Can you mauled if you're already bald, though? I guess I'm shaven, not bald. Booze. Nice crit. That actually saved some time. Back Cloud didn't crit himself. I want to eat my thing here, but I also don't want to screw this fight up.
No.
I should have been explaining this fight instead of molding. Okay. So what happened in that first fight is I attacked normally rather than using any sort of A to B ability. If I used any A to B based attack, it would have knocked Rude off of balance, so he would not have countered. But if I attack normally like that, he'll do a counter punch, which lets me slip into
You're heading in?
Punisher stance and get a free counter hit to build up ATB. And then since I'm in Punisher, Disorder hits a lot harder twice and gets a decent ATB back, so nice thing about that is Synergy Arrow activates. Give me a second here. I was actually controlling Cloud a little bit with the left thumbstick, and that's not how you do
it isn't
that.
exact.
Was one.
Promise me.
You got
Anyway,
it.
Thank you.
that area is like nightmare fuel. Kicking a bucket is like the worst way to lose a run. But unlike the rats, it's completely in your control, so you have no one to blame but yourself. I'm pretty toxic when the game does dumb crap like that. I don't mind if it's my fault. I'm much less frustrated because I could fix the issue. Learn something from it, grow from it. But when a rat decides to just not attack you, it's like, oh, that's cool. That's 10 out of 10. There's literally nothing you can do about it. The only thing you could theoretically do would be to control Aerith yourself. But like I said, the game gets really aggressive with Cloud and Tifa. So what would happen is Cloud would hit one of the rats before you Sorcerer Storm, and then call to arms. Dun, 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 dun. So your only way to do that is to Sorcerer Storm with Aerith and just guard with Cloud to
see the sky.
Pull the rats closer.
They're still working on the
And it's not even like you can attack to aggro them, you just have to
like
pray. It's usually not that bad, though.
Midgar,
Those rats are not, they don't need to, they don't have to be like
People
super
only just
aggro,
started
they just can't be
moving in.
super passive
So
to the
there
point
weren't
where
a
they're
lot
not
living there at the
closing
time.
in at all. So yeah, attack right off the bat, that lets me Punisher counter Rude's punch Disorder triggers arrow synergy. That does a majority of the damage. Now my ATB is pretty high, so I can ATB boost immediately and self-destruct as he's getting flung overhead. Self-destruct normally does the damage, but just in case it doesn't do enough, an additional arrow synergy will transition into phase 2. I think the arrow synergy might actually hit in between the cutscene. There are some cases where bosses can be hit during the cutscene if you hit at the right point. They don't get full super armor until, like, Sentinel Scorpion has the same issue.
It'll be an adventure.
But then in phase 2, I have to be, like, very careful. Because Aerith is stupid and will jump in front of the shockwave attack.
Okay,
So,
what's that?
We did some disorders there just to get arrow synergy. Arrow synergy's enough for the Rose Cult or whatever the heck it is. We mainly keep arrow synergy on until that fight because the Drake is weak to wind. So it gets us pretty close. If I actually hit with disorder, I normally let Aerith do the follow-ups naturally and see if she'll kill. Because usually disorder does a couple hundred damage. So it is relatively reasonable that Aerith will kill with some regular attacks there. Yep.
Piece of cake. Give me a sec. And here comes the ladder. Well, what did I tell ya?
Yeah. And then I need to tank the shockwave with Cloud, unless he somehow gives himself a crit.
Stop.
Basically, unless he gets his limit, I need to tank the shockwave to get his limit.
Let's get this
Oh, that's weird. Used to be a way through here.
So you gotta be careful with disorders, actually. If you spam disorder to trigger synergy, synergy does take a while to activate sometimes. And disorder actually comes out quickly enough that the first synergy won't start getting casted sometimes. Therefore, like, the second one can't be quayed. You can only stack up so many commands naturally. So you gotta be careful. You can only, like, stack up an additional command after the first.
Try to stay behind me.
So yeah, like, once you tell a character to do something, you can, once they start doing it, you can tell them to do an additional thing after. So, like, I could tell Aerith to Sork Storm, and then once she starts activating Sword Storm, I can, like, tell her to Thundera Magnify.
Hey, I bet you can grab that.
The better example is if you Thundera Magnify and they start casting, charging the spell, then you can follow up and tell them to use another one right after. You gotta be careful with that, though, sometimes. Because if you target a dead enemy, they will just cast the spell at nothing. And it was all for naught.
Okay, Cloud. Ready? Okay, right there. Hold on while I drop the ladder.
Alright.
Cloud, over here.
Alright. So we don't need to follow Aerith that direction. Matter of fact, if you follow her, that gets you a free fight.
Whoa.
And by free fight, I mean you have to fight two wind drakes, and you're gonna feel like a dum-dum. There is a bench and an item dispenser over there, but it's really not needed. In hard, you don't get an AMP back from benches anyway. You're better off just healing anyhow. There are plenty of other options, though. HP absorb. Some weapons have bloodsucker, so when you kill, you get HP back. Some weapons have stagger siphon, so when you stagger an enemy, you siphon HP back as you hit them. Stagger siphon is probably, like, one of the better ones, if you can meet the conditions. So Butch has more HP than the rest here, So we need to follow up somehow to kill him. If I just Thunder a Magnify, which won't go down to it, unless Aerith crits, that is, which is not what you should be rolling on.
Shit! Let's get that
You should always assume that you're not going to get the lucky thing. There are a lot of fights endgame where you can high roll for like somersault or something to one-shot enemies, but it's a very bad idea to do that. You're better off, quote-unquote, wasting the MP or whatever to make sure everything's dead and not playing risky games with Remake is not where you want to be. I can triple slash a lot sooner, but I delay it on purpose to make sure that everything dies. If you attack too soon, the bandit's HP can still be locked, so triple slash won't kill properly and they'll end up with 1 HP. And if you attack too soon, the sweeper will also be locked, so the follow-up Synergy Thunder that should kill won't kill.
It's this way.
So, it's risk versus reward here. Like I said before, the AI is really passive with ranged characters like Aerith and Barret. So, the less you let the game decide whether it's going to kill something or not, the better off you are. So we're gonna drop the crates over here. Wrong, or whatever. So this is where you get Magnify. Most new game runners actually don't pick this up here. I know it's a completely useless trivia. No thing! Alright, so I'm used to mashing dialogue with triangle and circle. And because Aerith starts yelling at me to get picked up by the hand, my brain automatically goes to mashing triangle and circle, which is how you switch hands. So an idiot like me ends up switching hands by accident, so I waste time. Very obnoxious. I really wish that line was not in there at all, because it really messes with my head. This might actually be too. Okay, it's not. If you're too close, Aerith will get freaked out, and you have to wait for, like, the hand to jiggle and then reset. That's super obnoxious, but I can't blame anybody but me, so I'm just gonna take the big fat L on that one and carry that. Unlike the call to arms from the rats, that was 100% my fault. It's just a natural reaction. When I hear dialogue, I mash triangle and circle. There's a lot of dialogue that I literally mash that I don't need to mash for. I need to break the habit. Because there's a lot of places where I don't need to be beating the crap out of my controller. Or better yet, I can do something else with my right hand instead of... That really came out wrong. Fucking nice follow-up, idiot!
Don't worry, we'll be on the same
My
page
brain.
next time.
My
What are you
brain.
talking about?
I'm sorry, okay?
We're gonna Blade Burst right off the bat here. These bandits have more than enough HP. We're gonna switch to Aerith real quick to make sure that Thunder gets retargeted properly. Bandit C has more HP than the rest, so we need to make sure Aerith thunders him. Also, the pathfinding here is 10 out of 10, right? You could theoretically kill the Bandit C at a distance and then have Tifa Aerith follow up, but not super consistent.
Up top.
I do that all the time with Tifa and Aerith. I flip-flop between the two of them for some reason. I don't know, maybe it's a sexist thing, I don't know. It could have been like a 52 if I hadn't literally wasted 30 seconds on the last 10 minutes.
Hey there. Guess this is it then.
Yeah.
Come on, Cloud. We gotta hurry.
What's it actually? Ooh. Nope, thank you. Nope, absolutely not. That. Did Chocobo just despawn and respawn?
Hey there.
You gave a ride?
No.
Can't say I can.
Okay.
What'd you say? What's all around?
So I did pick up a new GPU, so should be able to run this game at a higher frame rate. I'll probably do a couple of runs on PC. And see how it goes.
Wait a minute.
That's her.
But I did just realize there's something else I can do.
She's a
I can run
Cornelius
mods.
for the title. She's what we like, having scouted and considered.
And not just I don't need the GPU to run mods. I'm just being lazy about it.
Maybe we'll have.
But I can
better
probably
luck
do
in
it to
town.
download some hardness mods and see if I can set those up. Do it as a thank you for everybody that's been consistently hanging out with me and keeping me from losing my sanity of getting bullied by one game for 2 years straight.
Check it.
Alright, so this save load, I don't know if it really saves all that much time. I've been told it saves like a second or something. At some point, you just stop thinking and start doing. Excuse me? Triangle boss, ladies and gentlemen. Triangle boss is too strong for me. This triangle boss, not so much.
We're looking for something. Let me guess. Yeah? So people can...
How about me then?
Maybe.
You know Leslie?
Excuse?
Kinda cute.
Come on.
Do you have any idea? Aerith.
Seriously?
Cloud?
Denied.
Permission to kill?
And who can
Oh,
get
you can kill plenty of stuff in the underground. So we got a couple of minutes of just walking back and forth here, but there's plenty of stuff to talk about. Honestly, there is a somewhat optimal route, as stupid as it sounds, through here. It's slightly quicker. So there's two ways you go. Either way, Madam M has to be the last one, or else her door won't open. So it's either Honeybee, Sam, Madam M, or Sam, Honeybee, Madam M. Turns out it's like 5 seconds faster to go down this way towards Sam's. Saves a pretty significant amount of time over going straight over to Honeybee, because there's an alleyway between the two that you use regardless. So between Sam and Honeybee is always going to be the same.
Why not?
It's just a matter of like what's longer first.
You want in?
The downside is though, skip this, no deal, skip it. So I make sure to take all the right dialogue options so that I get Madam M every time. Depending on which options you take, will give you points towards Sam or Madam M. For the most part, the bottom ones are points towards Madam M, outside of the cost of the hand massage. And the top ones are points towards Sam.
I think so.
Just wanted to see Andrea. Let me handle this.
The money-wise, the 3,000 is for Madam M, 1,000 is nobody, 100 is for Sam. That will change your dress. Doing none of the side quests, doesn't matter which one, you get the same dress. You only get a different dress for completing all of the side quests for either Sam or Madam M. So that's really the only difference. But you save about 5 seconds going to Sam first, but you lose about 3 or 4 coming this route to Honeybee, or to the hand massage from Honeybee, unfortunately. So you only save a few seconds. You can really go whichever way you want with it. I should have been mashing X, but my brain apparently is on vacation.
How was it?
Huh? Not a bad run. Checking my battery life.
You okay?
Yeah.
You're acting weird, Cloud.
I am?
Really weird.
Appreciate that. Sure.
Think you'll make a habit of it? All right then. I think I've seen everything I need to see.
So?
So luckily,
Tell me what you want,
our
and
equipment
we'll
keeps
take
us
it from
going
there.
all the way up till Hell House. We'll need to make a somewhat large adjustment for Hell
You're
House.
one of the and why? Really?
Basically, we're going to be toggling out of lightning
Never said doing
on Aerith
so. Is
for
something
fire
wrong?
and wind.
Didn't matter what
I could have just mashed X there.
Sorry.
Didn't really matter.
So long as you...
How much?
As long as you
What
take
I
toward
said, but
2
don't
towards Madam
so
M
listen.
and no deal on the coin
There's an
toss,
underground- If you
you'll
want
always
there
get
any
Madam M.
All right.
That. They're already letting fighters inside.
We're going to head into the underground arena here. Want to be like sub 2 hours getting into the elevator.
What have we gotten ourselves into?
This isn't going to be a great
Looking
run, but
good.
it's not going to be too bad either.
I wouldn't expect a fair fight in this town.
Think we can win it all?
There is a lot
That's
more
one thing
things
I'm
to be
definitely
considered
I appreciate
later
your
on.
confidence.
I think the best I've ever gotten is like a 158 elevator or something.
Doors are now open for tonight's
I've had a couple of really strong starts, but they're not super common for me. Unfortunately, most of those are my PBs, and then they were wasted
Yes,
on
the two
extremely
I
bad
need
endgame. I am slowly but surely working my endgame around. Not where it should be, though. Oh, wow, I almost had a 158. Too bad. I would have had a 158 then if I hadn't frickin' fussed up those two plates. So right here, we're going to hold still with Aerith. We want to wait until our menus load. Wow, that was right before her dialogue. If her dialogue starts up before any of that, the mini-map and stuff show up. Alright, Hell Knight, thank you. Appreciate you hanging out with me in so long, though. Hope you have a good day, man. But yeah, we want to,
I just needed. I hope you get. I don't want to
open up that menu before a second line of dialogue starts. That avoids us getting stuck listening to it. Saves a pretty significant amount of time. Thanks for the sub if you're still here. I really appreciate it.
Try not to get.
I gotta come up with something to reward everyone with, for sure. So we're gonna triple slash right off the bat. Oh, that's obnoxious. Thunder, please. So what happened is there, Aerith went to do Thunder Synergy because I waited too long to switch to her. So I had to, like, cancel it out by switching to her. It's kind of slow, but Magnify is 100% needed, plus triple slash. I probably should... It's really hard to get the inputs quickly enough so that you don't have that jump. So we're going to go for a disorder into self-destruct here. There's a really cool strat we can do with the thugs. If I hold forward and disorder, they're tightly enough packed, I can get a bunch of ATB back from hitting them with disorder. And that will float directly into a self-destruct without me having to do anything.
That's what they call. Ready to rock? Just remember.
Hopefully we can get away with it. It's not 100% consistent. There we go. Good job, Aerith. So, it's a one-shot shot there. It's not super consistent, though, but it's pretty consistent. Self-destruct is the best way to deal with that group of idiots, no matter what you're doing.
Once again, Cloud and Aerith!
Excuse me. So we gotta do a menu here. I do like keeping an eye on this one so that I'm kind of, like, ready to go. So this fight right here, we're actually going to switch to Aerith right off the bat, so that we can use Thundera to hit both of these sweepers immediately and get them in a stun state. And while I'm waiting for it to come out, I'll ATB boost with Cloud, and then a couple of Blade Bursts and Synergy Thunders will take care of Cuddy. If I can actually target Cuddy, that's awful. That's super duper awful. Nice waste of MP, idiot. Luckily I still triggered ATB assist there, so she had enough ATB to do what I needed her to do. If I target the body of Cuddy, I can Blade Burst twice, but I screwed up the inputs pretty bad there. Luckily she has more than enough MP. Buster Sword, no. What? That was really awkward movement. That kind of threw me off. Into Berserk, Thundera, and Aurora, and Arrow into Fire. Alright. Now let's go get held housed. Let's fumigate this son of a snitch.
Watching you guys ready to kick.
Let's go!
It's not even
So we're going to be using Arcane Ward a lot here. We could set up an ice strat, but I suck, so we're sticking with the good old. That, if I hadn't been able to Berserk right off the bat there, that would have been interrupted by the chairs. I switched to Aerith there to get a little bit of extra damage to speed this up ever so slightly.
Wait.
If Aerith hits hard enough, I can push the phase before the overhead. But, we're trying to not end that phase with magic because it'll carry the stagger over to this phase and will screw up my setup here. I do a very specific setup to do just enough damage to not transition phase immediately, but just enough stagger to max it out, so trust.
What the?
Okay, we're gonna bio here, Thunder up. Good. Alright, so what we were trying to do there was bio. Bio takes a while to hit, so Wind also does too. So we were trying to take full advantage of that delay so that the spells were fully ready to hit by the time Hell House stood up in God mode. We're sticking with Cloud here so that we can bait out the chairs to attack him only. Come over here. I'm not a big fan of this. Berserk. Throw it. Wind. Thundera. Fire. Okay, good fight. Lightning element is the most beneficial I can possibly see. Because wind takes a while to hit, even though it spawns on the target, it takes a while to coalesce and explode, which means it delays it hitting soon and pushing Hell House off of the hook just a little bit, so that Tempest has a while to get ready to start exploding and discharge, which is where a majority of that damage comes from while he's up on the hook. If you get fire, you can use Blizzara from Cloud, but it's very risky. Sometimes Hell House will fall off the hook and just crush you to death, and you're done for. You're probably better off just casting Blizzard. The other thing, too, is
You're here.
you get to hit the weakness with Aerith with a spell that takes a while, so you do a lot more damage. If you get Fire Element, you're hitting with Cloud, who kind of hits like a... He just doesn't. Buster Sword is needed because we need a very specific balance of physical and magical damage. Yeah, the Hell House fight is pretty crazy. I think Strife initially showed up in the Discord and showed us a pretty interesting fight where he was using Buster Sword because he could. And then we messed with it, and we're trying to replicate it with other weapons, because Mithril Saber or Hard Edge is obviously the optimal, because you really want to be on one extreme or the other in terms of damage, whether it be physical or magical. And I kind of fell into that setup to where you build up the stagger to near max, but you don't do enough damage to transition phases over immediately. So you can kind of hold that stagger for phase 3 and then instantly God mode hit Hell House. It's a little bit different on the PS4 version because Synergy isn't viable. It actually consumes ATB, so it just screws with things, but it's a pretty cool fight, honestly.
You again? Got that letter?
I think Hell House is one of the more interesting fights out of the entire run because of the way we break God mode.
Or it could get it.
Because like it requires a very specific amount of damage in stagger.
If I were you.
You have to have it like high enough so that you can basically one-shot any one thing will push the enemy into stagger. And you also need to have the damage high enough that the AI can push Hell House into the next phase, but not enough damage so that it empties out its stagger bar. There's a lot of like really weird things behind it. The runner that initially led to me finding this different setup, who ended up making a much better one that's ice-based, Strife, said he's going to make a video about it at some point. Hopefully he does, because that fight's really ridiculous and hard to explain. It's super jank, and I take advantage of a bunch of tools and, like, quirks of that boss that I frankly don't understand. It's a Bethesda-type thing, it just works. Like, it just works, guys. We're gonna go down in here.
Why are we here?
Alright, so we gotta do a little bit of dancing. Luckily, this dancing minigame requires 0 interaction. We can just let it go. So it's a 2-minute break for us. It would be nice if we could skip it, because it would save 2 minutes, but a lot of us runners are of the opinion that if this was skippable, most people probably wouldn't want to run it, because then it'd be like a 3-hour run with no breaks. But this 2-minute break makes this a lot more bearable. The unfortunate part is the next break is in Shinra HQ in Chapter 16, so it's gonna be a while. Yep. And don't care. Alright, gonna go take a bathroom break. I'll be right back. Have fun with this, I guess.
That show today blew my mind.
Hey, look at me. I can dance too.
How much did you drink tonight?
Come over
I
here.
can't help
I'll
it.
buy
It
you
was
a drink. We
amazing.
can talk. Was it planned from the start?
Probably not. Did you see their look of surprise?
Please don't. Not a word.
Not even.
No.
But you're so pretty.
Alright. I think pushing Cloud over there makes it a little bit quicker, but I could be wrong. So we do have one quick little menu in the basement here. It's actually a thing that a lot of people complained about was materia loadouts. I have a slight workaround to that. Luckily, we have a bunch of weapons we don't really care to use because the stats are trash, or the gimmick is garbage. A couple of different reasons. But for the most part, we can use that to our advantage that we don't want to use those weapons anyway, to pre-equip them with what we need for later segments of the game, and avoid messing with a lot of stupid stuff.
Here you are.
You serious?
Is there a problem?
I hope you know it.
Oh, will be?
If you say so.
Or bring in materia quickly. So we're going to be doing something like that. We're going to actually put Twin Stinger on Cloud, and select no so we don't overwrite that equipment. And then we're going to switch him out to Mithril Saber, and then select yes, which will overwrite most of his materia with the stuff that was on Twin Stinger. So we quickly and effortlessly change our materia. Really like a beneficial thing we can do for New Game Plus. I think like normal and easy probably don't need to do too much menuing. So I don't even know if this is necessary, but
This room
for hard, this is a nice little time save. We're also waiting for the dialogue to start here, because we can do a save load to make the door open instantaneously instead of waiting for all the dialogue, so we'll wait and then do all the menuing.
Now.
My gosh. Sloppy-doppy menu. Alright. Now we're ready to go. So we magnified the wind spell. We're actually going to be using that to deal with the group. We're going to be using that to deal with the mobs in chapter 10 and 11. Wind is both strong enough and spawns on the target, so it resolves pretty quickly. Some scenarios we can get staggers out of it, not very frequently though. And because it doesn't need line of sight and spawns on the enemy, we'll be able to deal with a lot of enemies where there's usually garbage in between, where fire magnify would not be as beneficial. I hate everything. Are you serious with this? How did you miss? I fucking hate everything. That room was absolute cancer. Fire hit the ceiling. I'm so annoyed. That's a dumb time loss. I don't even know how to process what just happened to me. I think I need an adult and possibly a police officer. Somersaults. Okay. Now that I literally threw everything except for the kitchen sink at Abzu, let's go. Very unfortunate.
Another one of those.
I hit like a double thing where like Tifa slid between the two of them, which split them apart. The spell really shouldn't have hit. It probably hit that stupid ornate door frame.
Lead the way.
They're nothing.
Compare to us at least.
I don't even know if Aerith would have hit if I hadn't walked on there. Aerith's MP is kind of scuffy. That's fine. Just got enough. And there's plenty of MP crates if I do have to grab something around here. Excuse me. I literally... like a frame too soon. This right here is one of the hardest movement... oh no! Movement segments, trying to get around those two. Rough. Doesn't matter, we're gonna lose a bunch of time to the stupid pump minigame anyway, so even... no matter how good I play here, we're gonna be plus 30. This ladder takes a while to spawn in, or at least be interactable, so not a big issue.
Is it safe to go through here? It's really dark. I'm sure we'll
So the sewers is a lot of chaos, ordered chaos. So we've got chapter 10, 11, and 12. We got a lot of back-to-back stuff. There's some slow points, but the nice thing about these is, for me, the slow points in between combat is the best way to explain what's going on. It's very hard to do the inputs for combat while doing them. So the best way to handle it is to do it outside of combat or before combat. So yeah, Abzu 1, what we did is we threw down Arcane Ward right off the bat, but we didn't put it on Aerith, we actually put it on Cloud, because Aerith likes to hop forward every time she does an input. So we did it on Cloud, disordered into a Berserk. We did a full combo in between to trigger ATB assist while still gaining ATB. And that allowed Aerith to fire off quad fire.
Let's go.
Magnify, or fire specifically. She's on fire synergy right now. Arcane Ward does half the damage, half the cost, and half the stagger value of a spell. But it's still really beneficial when you realize it doesn't cost any ATB at all. And with Berserk Ring on your character and Berserk on the enemy, you get a 30% damage increase, and the enemies take 30% more damage. Your damage is really high. So this is one of those weird things where the game's like trying its hardest to load. PS5 doesn't really have issues with it. Somewhat in the PC, obviously, if you have a weaker graphics card. But even my 970 managed to handle this pretty well. So unfortunately, there's some walking segments that are just absolutely unnecessary to like sandbag for loading. I think mainly they were put in so the PS4 could actually work.
I can fight too, you know.
Just trying to get down this alleyway. Nice. So like I said, there's plenty of MP crates. I could grab that right there as well. Those are MP. If I run out of MP with Aerith, it's not the end of the world. There's a couple of places I can get them where they're not too out of the way. I just need to make sure she has enough for the end.
They're nothing.
Oh, see you guys later. There's really no reason to race to the thing there, because it takes a while to get under it anyway. That's how a lot of this segment goes, is we're just waiting for Aerith to kill, unfortunately. And then waiting for the object to be interactable. So we're doing what they say in the military, hurry up and wait. I believe I've heard that a lot from people in the military. The military brat myself, I know. Hurry up and wait, hurry up and wait, hurry up and wait. So our setup will get us all the way through chapters 10 and 11. We'll make a minor adjustment for Eligor and switch into ice so that we can strip the first and last phase.
Bring it.
So this fight can be really obnoxious. If you don't lock on, Aerith will miss with Fire unless you have targeting correction. I do actually have targeting correction turned off. You're probably thinking, why would you do that? The problem is Tifa's parrying, not the parry itself, but the uppercut that I'm using to cancel it, likes to get sucked into enemies. So if you're using the target correction, the game very often will auto-lock onto enemies that you're kind of close to and suck Tifa into it. I also turned it off on the PS4 too because you want to punch parry. It's faster on the PS4 version. Punch parrying is slower than uppercut parries. Apparently punch parrying is still faster, which I find hard to believe because it really feels slower than regular parries. But the rhythm for punch parrying is extremely difficult and requires 2 fingers moving at a pretty fast clip, so it's really hard to get efficient punch parries. Luckily, with uppercut parries, you can just mash both circle and triangle at the same time. with the flat of your thumb, and you can usually make it work. So these fights right here, if there's more than 3 enemies, we're going to have to pair one off with Cloud and then follow up with an arrow. But most of these fights have 3 or less enemies, so we can just let Aerith do her job and just pop out of here. That first fight, or the second fight right after the boss, the crab and the rats are the only 2 that need to be killed to exit combat, so I completely ignored that first wave of rats. It's not that they were back there and that Cloud and Aerith killed the 2 back there at the start. They just were not even attacked at all. Arrow. Gotta wait for the ladder to activate. 74. 21. And then 10 and 10, so that's 40. It's 41, she should be fine. She has enough backup spells, even if she needs it. Cloud's HP really isn't going to be much of an issue. Shouldn't be much of an issue, but I've been wrong before. Whatever. You know what? We'll just heal everyone up because we can.
There must be some
She'll
way
catch
we
up pretty
can build a
quickly. We're waiting for this stupid cutscene anyway. Maybe that was a time loss because I had to wait for the party to group up. Who knows? So this is going to lead us into the stupidest minigame I've ever played. I don't know how this made it through development, but it is absolutely awful. Very, very unfun.
No luck?
So we have to do 3 waves of flipping a switch so that it is, the needle is inside the red area. I don't even know, like, in-universe how this is supposed to function. I guess this is a bypass setting, but, like, I don't know why it's not like a knob or something. So we have to mash the crap out of X, I guess, to decompress it, and then flick the switch so that it's in the right spot. I don't know. Like, it would make sense if it was just mashing, I guess, maybe, but, like, the fact that it's, like, 2 is ridiculous. So the trick here is the first one, just react when it's in the red area. The second one, I usually use the big marker before the red area as an input. One, 2, 3, 4. And then this one I create a freaking audio cue, because that's really the only way to deal with it.
I think that did it.
You could try another visual cue for that last one, but it moves extremely quick. I couldn't find a consistent visual cue. The only one that was even close was, like, reacting to the first thick mark that you come across. But yeah. Alright, so that's the crappy minigame over with. You will miss it. Do not think that you're never going to miss it in runs. I have missed it several runs and still PB'd. That is not correct. Go. So we fire go with Aerith there. We one-shot them as they land. HP boost. Fire garbage. Again. Excuse me. Aerith, could you just fire up, please? I don't even know why it's not dead. I'm not quite sure what that was all about. Cloud must have, like, cast it really early or something. Fire-a, somersault. Ignore that guy, because he's gonna get kicked in the face. 25? Okay. I'll take it. So we want to make sure both of them are up the ladder first. Because they are what triggers the cutscene, not Cloud.
This is the train bridge.
So we want to make sure to be close enough that we can try and push them once they get up the ladder, but also so that we're not in their way. Kind of want to adjust the camera so it's as close to that as possible.
So we can see where we're going.
Dark everywhere.
That it?
We do have a pretty major menu going into Chapter 12, but we don't have to worry about that because we're still doing Chapter 11. Alright. So hopefully this time I don't have a freaking brain fart and then not cast. I've had an issue sometimes where I just don't open the shortcut menu for some of these fights. I couldn't tell you why. Sometimes muscle memory just fails you. So we're gonna just throw off the bat. See you guys later. So luckily, these rats can still activate Call to Arms, but seem to not like doing it as much. So we can get away with it. The Cripshays here, Cripshies? I freaking forget the name every time. I'll pronounce it right once we kill him. Cripshay, yeah. Normally Cloud will warp to Tifa there. I don't know.
Why would there be kids out here this late?
I guess I should have, like, pushed her into the corner. Maybe it would have been more consistent. What you're looking for is to kind of try and get Cloud to warp to Tifa so that, he gets the natural put away rather than the stand still, put his sword over his shoulder. Luckily, you still have to walk into that little, you have to walk under that jump. So you really don't lose too much time because it takes a while to be interactable as usual. It's about 2.5 hours into this nonsense. We got about 1:10 to go. Two hours and 10 minutes. I'm stupid. Math is hard. So me. So we're going to be arrow magnifying here again. We wanted to grab that MP crate because it was free.
This isn't a
this. 1, 2, disorder you. So we're looking for the fire there to finish everything off. We could be healing up with Tifa, but I don't need to do it right now. We're just waiting for Aerith to, or both Aerith and Tifa to get up that ladder. Alright, so we want to get to the edge of the train car here, but we also don't want to be so close. Want to do this. Switch over to Aerith. Era. Okay. So the reason I did it that way is so that, just in case Fire didn't one-shot both of the enemies running towards us, Fire Synergy would have followed up to kill the other one. Aerith has high enough magic damage that a tier 1 will kill what Cloud normally takes needs a tier 2 for. Because you gotta remember she has 50% more magic up. Her base magic is already higher than Cloud's anyway.
Alright, let's see what's inside.
This is one of the few places where I can, like, afford to cause the backup on purpose. Let me see if I can do it. So it'll actually trigger the cutscene. Yeah. I guess Cloud's considered moving. So we do have a save load here I'm going to go for. Most likely will not hit it. This is a pretty hard one. This one's a lot easier, though, because I can move at full speed. But it's not any easier than the one in the train car. Train cars, you kind of got to go that direction anyway. This one here, you have to do a lot of stuff to set it up, so you lose a little bit of time just trying to get it. But it does save more time overall. It saves about 30 seconds doing it raw dog. I do have a setup for it that should make it more reasonable to hit. I'd say it goes from being like a percentage to like 10 or 20%. Okay. Too late. I didn't react to the audio cue or the visual cue at the right time. Wanna interact there? Thank you. So if you do the save load properly, what will happen is this entire cutscene will get skipped, and the train car will open immediately. It's pretty hard to do. What you need to do is open the menu as Cloud is crossing, before he crosses this big shadow here, but in between the metal plate is my visual cue. So you have a relatively large window, but if you're a little bit ahead, if you're too early, you're not going to be able to pause buffer it, trust me. If you're too late, you're too late. Or I probably should practice it a little bit before the run, because it would be nice if I could hit it in a marathon. It is a 30-second time save, but I think it's more cool than anything to show off. Like, hey guys, look, I glitched the train open. But I can definitely do runs without both of the skips. It is pretty hype if you hit them, though, because they're really hard to hit. It definitely causes me to pop off to some extent. Let's go! And then I usually immediately lose the time save in the chapter because the chapter's being mean to me. Alright, so these rooms are really buggy. I can actually get Tifa and Aerith to instantly cast something because of the fear animation that they play. We're going to take advantage of that to Firaga immediately with Aerith here. And then what will happen is it'll be big enough to hit both of these ghosts. And we can one-shot them. We do have to break their HP after, but you may notice that our MP went back up. Because the game does this weird... I actually can't heal here. I gotta heal in the next room. The game does a weird thing where it's like, wait, how did you cast that? You weren't supposed to... Why did you get charged MP? And then it gives it back to you. We'll grab this MP crate here too, so Aerith should be at max MP. Trying to exit combat as efficiently as possible there. The fire synergy at full MP is always going to one-shot. You don't have to do any extra hits there. So I was just trying to get Cloud the least involved attack. So we're going to switch over to Aerith. We're actually, or not, we're going to switch to Tifa here. We might take some damage from taking this fight on purpose, so let's go. Down. And we're going to switch over to Tifa. Unfortunate position, but it really doesn't lose you that much time. We're going to have to heal Cloud anyway, and sometimes the Cripshays down there will do a lot of damage, so... but that does save a lot of time walking up here, overwalking here normally. We're going to heal. We're hopefully avoiding accidentally healing our party here in the boss fight. So this fight sucks. I hate Ghoul. Alright, Cloud, ATB boost. Lyra into Kiriga on Ghoul. Gonna wait for the Kiriga here. If you attack during a stagger animation, you can cancel it out. So that's what I was waiting for there. It does save a little bit of time. You can do that on a few bosses, but there's very rarely that you have a really good setup for that. So this phase right here, we used Somersault on the first one to do enough damage so that he's weak to magic. And now we're going to zip around to the backside and Star Shower twice. This will do enough damage. Switch over to Aerith here. Fyra into Fyra. We could double Fyra, but it is a little bit riskier. Was really worried that the furniture was going to block that. That room is a little bit risky to be rolling with fire in. It's not impossible to do, but it is dangerous. Alright, so Tifa will be stuck behind us for a little bit here, but she'll catch up soon enough. Really not a big issue. The AI gets a really mean rubber banding if it's too far behind.
What if they're trapped here and can't
Open this. This is going to be one of those times where we don't have to wait for the camera change to actually skip the cutscene. Oh, yeah, I guess I kind of glossed over it. There's the one cutscene back in Chapter 8 where we're looking at the helicopter for the, why do I want to call them the Proud Boys? The, Reno and Brood as they're flying in. Chapter 9. Turks. Derpa derpa. So we got a couple of fights with rats here. Even if we get Call to Arms here, it's not the end of the world. We can deal with them pretty easily. We gotta wait for this plate turntable to turn all the way around so we can get to the other side. So as long as this fight doesn't go super horrendously, it's not a problem. What we're gonna do is ATB boost right off the bat with Cloud so that he has enough ATB to disorder twice. So he can trigger ATB assist. And the disorder will trigger the... Oh, nice. Okay, I guess we're fine. We're gonna wait for them to flatten out. Error of Magnify should kill them all without triggering Call to Arms. Somersault, double disorder. The disorder really isn't to get the kill there, it's just to trigger ATB assist. And then we're gonna head over here. Alright. To error,
no holding back.
Hey, Blue Harvey. Thank you for the raid, I appreciate it. I appreciate the good luck. Run's going pretty decent. I can't wait until I mauled when I mess it up. Hopefully not. It's an okay run. Hopefully we don't do anything too severely stupid.
These trains might still run?
Could give it
but we do have some leeway then, since we... we're going to be toggling into Eligor here shortly. Mainly, we're keeping Wind Magnify as just kind of a nice little icing on the cake. Icing on the cake? Yeah, icing on the cake. Why did I think like icing ice cream? That's really weird. 3, make part of OG. Oh yeah, it is a... I need to get through that too. I think I've gotten to like the return.
I'm not surprised.
I've actually played through OG quite a few times at this point. I think I want to learn to speedrun it, but I need to play through it again at, like, low levels and see how I feel about it. Without, like, grinding too much. Run's going actually pretty good. Normally, these runs are kind of, like, meh the whole way. This run isn't, like, fantastic, but it's also not bad either. It's above meh. It's at acceptable speeds.
Gotta make a stink.
Hero, and I'm out of here. Good enough for me. Hey, ladder. Okay. Game was just letting me know that it is still dominant and the one in charge. Alright, what do we got? I mean, it's me though, so it can flip on a dime. You're into what? What? Please stop. Please stop. Game, look, I know you are the one in charge. Wait, what? Blizzara. What am I doing? Okay, you win. I give up. This menu is so awkward because it's so simple that my brain wants it to be more complicated than it is. This menu used to be really, really complex for no reason, and now it's like 3 things, so my brain, like, just hits the turbo idiot switch every time and freaks out. Go. My brain's like, no, it must be harder. It's like, no, stop it. So we're gonna breach here to get rid of reflect with Cloud, unironically. Fire does a little bit of extra damage here. It's not super needed. You need to be careful though. If you reflect as soon, or breach reflect as soon as I do right there, it puts you in a scenario where he will redo reflect when he gets to the other side. Oh, that's bad. I think I'm still okay. Alright, fine. Very close, but fine. Whew. That was really bad. I almost got Tifa killed. Good thing she has, like, friggin' a bazillion hit points. I think she actually has 2 HP ups at this point. That was really... It's really cool, but I really messed it up. I almost got myself killed. I'm lucky Aerith has, or Tifa has enough HP to tank a frickin' actual cannon. So we're gonna be using fire here to trigger a synergy. And that will get the main Whisper staggerable here. Switch over to Aerith. Blizzara. We want to wait and do this after. Tifa, I want to use Somersault, Fire.
I think we're almost done.
Okay, there we go. Oh, yeah. On a new game normal run, I would imagine that guy is a nightmare. Because you don't have access to synergy at all in new game. Synergy really, like, makes fights crazy. No, into... God dang it, I keep doing the thing. Magnify. This. God dang it. HP up for first strike. No. Synergy. Wrong character. Myra. Fire. Blizzara. What? Arrow. No! Damn it! I over-menued. Oops. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's... you can simplify materia menus excessively by using weapons to overwrite. And as long as you do the menu after a checkpoint, you have a backup without having to, like, recover everything. Okay, ATB boost into fire. Did you just... Oh my god, why? Awful. Okay, thank you. But yeah, as long as you place the menus after a checkpoint, you're in a good position, because you can reset over and over again. Well, you shouldn't, but you can reset to rejigger all the equipment to the pre-checkpoint status. So that's like the big trick, right? What is this, ATV? Freaking hate it. it out. Boost. Fire up. Roll. But yeah, the materia menus take a long time to get used to. That's the one thing that sucks about rerouting and learning new strats, is the materia menus are going to make you, are going to hold you back from PBing for a while until you get super used to them. Or you're going to need to grind them out until it's not a problem. Then at least you're not completely screwed going into a run.
You guys can't stay here!
It ends up, like, I do have it written down, but for the most part, it's like I look at the first couple of things and then remember from there on out.
Sector 7,
Yeah, the materia menus can turn into a catastrophic or a catastrophe if you're not being careful with them. Because you saw, like, right there that I accidentally swapped out the wrong materia, and the best way that I find is to just revert the mistaken exchange instead of trying to figure out what happens and juggling them around. It's just easier to just revert it and then redo the menu properly.
There's a way out!
Gotta get through. Gotta find a way.
Oh my god, stop it. Stupid NPCs.
Almost there, ready?
We need to get out of here.
Push,
right now.
push, push. Oh my god, the NPCs comboed me.
Can you walk?
That's like the worst thing they can do is just push you off to the side over and over again. I almost had a really good NPC boost there, but I held too far
We
right.
can get through this. We just have to work together. Get to Wall Market now. It's too dangerous here.
Okay.
Stop! That way's already...
Please, I need to get through.
This is it.
So the trick here now is we want to make sure the NPCs don't bonk us. That's really what we're worried about. And apparently that one kid that's not afraid of explosions. I don't know what's up with that kid. He's crazier than me. So, it won't be for a little bit, but if you have any issues with bright flashing lights, once we get to Chapter 13, and we switch to the segment with Barrett, whenever he's shooting the rocks can be extremely bright. So, be aware, have sunglasses ready, or turn off the visualization for a little bit, and just listen to me until I'm done. Or leave the stream, whatever works for you. But just be aware of that. The lights are pretty bright. And the flashing, it's not intense enough for like a stroke, I don't think, but it is enough to possibly give you a migraine.
Hey, what's your...
You know, we're having some effects. So right here, we're going to be running the opposite direction and just eating every bullet. Hopefully not all of them. Switch over to Tifa here. And what we're trying to do is upwarp Cloud to the top floor. Should be good to go. Annoying. What are we doing?
I don't know about you, but I'm over this.
I did switch to him a little bit early there. I was kind of like, meh. I saw him get shot, so I thought he was going to be a bit further behind. But he was further than I thought, unfortunately. Okay. So, right here, this next fight's on a timer the moment we start it. It just starts progressing through into the helicopter phase. So we can actually ATB boost right off the bat, and it's better that way. You can take some hits from the helicopter if you want, but it really is not going to help you out at all.
Looks like you guys are having the time of your life.
So the helicopter shoots the Gatling gun twice here, and is always focused on the character you're in control of, so it doesn't matter where Tifa's standing, she's never going to get hit. We could attack the trooper in the helicopter, but it's not really going to save us any time. So we're going to lock on as he comes in. Fire. So the fire doesn't consume MP because I have MP Absorb attached. I have Fire, MP Absorb, and Fire Magnify. Right, throw that in there. I was a little bit late. Unlock, yeah. But I'm offsetting the MP cost by the damage, so I'm recovering what I use. MP, Fire, Okay. That was a really awkward fight. So the helitroopers spawned in early there, so I literally didn't do what I normally did, and I just spammed fire a magnify and prayed. Normally I fire magnify, dolphin flurry, fire a magnify to get rid of the helitroopers, but because they spawned in early, my targets were gonna go wild. Shit. I made this take longer than it should have. Yeah, the enemies spawning in it's just one of those things. You need to be cognizant of it. In a new game run, enemies spawning in is an absolute nightmare. But as long as it's this one or the enemies in Chapter 17, the dogs with Tifa and Aerith, you can react to those and have it not be too bad or save time. So, lock on, Star Shower, into SDs, cut. So we need to top off the damage, so we uppercut out of the Star Shower. Since it gets a 70% damage bonus, it actually does damage. Self-destruct is enough to push that phase, but we're looking to cross-slash phase 2 here, and it's just not enough to just rock cross-slash. But that uppercut at the end of phase 1 plus the SD into cross-slash is enough. We shoot a little bit here, overcharge for some ATB. Overcharge, Aeroga, Cloud, where are you going? Get me out of here. HP is too high, so we're not going to be able to do anything about that. Into cross slash. Switch over to Barrett, ATB boost. Okay, pretty close. That critical sped things up, I think. So right here, we're hoping to see EMP triple or flash strike. If we see flash foot, we can make it work. We just don't want to see it if we can avoid it. What we would like to do is Blade Burst with Cloud closer to the console. Then we can pre-drop the plates that normally stop us from getting to Tifa directly during the cutscene, so we get to save some time that way. It's not a big thing, but it is nice if we can get it. So, Flash Strike, good to go, switch to Cloud. We're gonna wait for them to get jumbled up and get pulled back into Dolphin Flurry here. Okay. This is about where we need to stand. And because I'm in the right spot here, it will trigger the plates to drop early. Bingo, bango, bongo. And we are also save Phantom Tifa. Really cool. Into Mithril Saber. Alright, now we're set up for the rest of the chapter. So Barrett is going to be handling the back half of the chapter because we really have no options other than to use him. It's kind of unfortunate, but that's how it goes.
I think I hear him up ahead.
Here goes.
And push!
Okay. We're going to be wandering around for quite a bit here, so it's a decent time to talk about marathon stuff. Blah, 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 blah.
How could this happen?
Really don't have anything too terribly interesting going on here. Cloud is back as the main caster. Aerith is really the dominant caster. She's a glass cannon build, so is Cloud. This HP up should be a skill master, but I need to figure out how to route that in. Since I was doing runs yesterday and it came up,
over there.
It's a thing I need to fix in routing. I just need to figure out how to fix it in routing. So, this HP up will probably become an MP up or a skill master, one or the other. It might be an MP up into a skill master, I'm not sure though.
Is it true that Sector 7's pretty much destroyed?
You guys run into Jesse at the pillar?
Yeah, Biggs too. They were both in pretty bad shape. But
So yeah, we got a lot of running here, not too much going on.
All right.
Who's my lip flopper? Dog's in here taking a nap.
I'm thinking, y'all. We gotta go find
Slip right past Barrett here. We gotta head to Aerith's house to go see if Marlene's there. That she said there might be a chance that she was saved from the drop of the plate. I think this is really like a really cool segment in terms of story, because it really solidifies Barrett's character. that it's not just about, you know, screw Shinra, they're killing the planet. He gets really upset about his friends dying, and all the innocent people dying too because of Shinra's decision to just, fuck it, we can drop a plate on it to solve the problem, right? At this point, he doesn't realize anybody's alive. He just thinks a bunch of people died from it. A lot of people did. You know, whether they be like actual NPCs or not, a lot of people did die.
I'm going as fast as you are.
It also solidifies Shinra as a we don't give a shit situation. Makes Reef's character a lot stronger as well too, since he's the only one that gives pushback and everybody else is like, I don't give a fuck. So, I think this is like a really good turning point in the story where like they kind of missed out in the OG one. And I really feel like they didn't do a good job of pushing Barrett at this point and like giving him stronger emotional reaction. And,
That's
like,
the house.
I don't know. It's kind of hard to do the writing, especially when like some things get lost in translation, which back then a lot of games suffered from weak or bad translations in general.
Keep it down.
I mean, there's some like things that are like, you know, woollyisms, as they say, that are kind of like memes unto themselves, but like the straight translation is important sometimes. And a game like this that's supposed to be a lot of emotion and like tension over the destruction of like more than just the party, more the planet and innocent lives.
But how do we get to the park?
I know another way to
The
get
translation doesn't do it a lot of favors. I feel like 6 did a pretty good job with it. I felt really pretty attached to most of the characters. With this one, what I remember not really having that when I played it. Maybe I was just a wee lad and it didn't really resonate with me, but 6 I think even is pretty good characters looking back at it, but I think even at the time maybe I felt a little detached. I was more like, Leo died, no! And it's like he's not even part of the party. It's really weird.
My ears are still ringing from it.
I think it's because they go out of their way to make Leo as like a really good bad guy. He's like, I'm just doing what I have to, you know, help my people or whatever, and we're not gonna poison other people, stuff like that. So, like, Leo got really
over there.
Problem is, Final Fantasy VI has to like spread its writing across a bunch of characters, so it can be very tough to make you really attached to any one single character. So a lot of this segment here, we're just gonna be spamming fire, hot fire. And running away with Tifa.
Alright, let's keep moving.
Some of these fights, Cloud can one-shot everything. What we're hoping is he doesn't, kind of. It's weird. You want him to, like, one-shot everything, but you don't.
Won't be tough.
Of course not.
That's what you're looking for right there. It takes a while to get down the ladder anyway.
Let's keep it up.
I don't know. It might be better to have Cloud one-shot everything, because it takes a while for the ladder to activate anyhow. So this is one of the, I think I brought it up earlier, but the magnifying materia was at the end of the highway segment in Chapter 9.
But it's already shot.
You actually can't access that part of the highway, so at the start of 13, it's actually on your way. You can't miss it, so it doesn't waste the 2 minutes. Unfortunately, though, for new game runners, they're kind of hamstrung by having a much weaker magnifying materia because it doesn't get as much ATB. So we're gonna run through most of these fights with Tifa here. Need to keep an eye on Cloud to make sure he doesn't get slept or anything. Okay, this Cloud into Fyra. No fire. Alright, so I will lose a little bit of time there going for Fyra. But the thing is, Barrett can get stunned or knocked out of his Synergy Lightning. So you need to upgrade that Fyra a little bit to make sure the Smogger goes down. Or you need to step up the Fyra to make it more consistent if you flee both fights like that. We're going to switch to Tifa here. Alright. Fyra. Okay. HP boost. Fyra, see you guys later. Oh god, nope, never mind. Okay, that was a little bit unfortunate, but whatever. it worked. What's my MP? Was it 91 or 92? 92. Okay, fire up. Fire is gonna be enough. Alright, so we need to swap everything out here. No, dude! Dummy. You actually have to hit X.
I'm almost afraid to go back.
That menu was so good until I hit circle instead. I'm such a dummy. So yeah, the synergy can easily be toggled into MPF with a couple of list rotations. So we'll switch it back right after this. Synergy's really not going to do as much in the next area, so give me a second here.
This is bad.
So, like I said, we do have a light segment here. The flashing lights of shooting the rocks are going to be a little bit brighter than they should be. And by a little bit, I mean a lot of it. So, if you have any issues with bright flashing lights giving you migraines or any sort of issue like that, maybe it's time to dip. It's, I'm not overselling it, trust me. It definitely should not be like this. I don't think, like I said, I don't think it's bad enough to trigger any sort of, like, major medical emergency, but your discretion, for sure.
That one was a lot closer.
Hello! Is there anyone out there that needs some help? Hello! Anybody out there? If you can hear me, say something!
A very low 58. What do you say? Really can't complain about that because most of the runs have been 59 here for nearly 3 hours. So we got like hour 40 left. Hour 35. Hopefully an hour 35. That'd be nice. Probably not, but it'd be nice. Okay.
Ready? 1, 2, 3!
Okay. Alright, so we can do a save load here to warp the cat over to the hole. I'm gonna get a little bit closer to the hole because you need to walk towards the cat a little bit to actually get it to jump down. So we'll save load here. As long as the cat's moving towards the hole, it'll teleport to the hole. Okay, I had to wait for the cat to actually move into the hole. My brain kind of like forgot that I can't just save load twice back to back, so unfortunate. So we're gonna head into the underground hole here. Once again, flashing light warning. You have been warned, and it is the final one.
If there's no path, we gotta make one. And there you have it. You really want to throw down with me? Oh yeah, another one in the bag. You really want to throw down with me?
Sometimes you can get MP out of those crates, but looks like I didn't get lucky today. Gonna be a little bit light on MP here. I need to be a bit careful. This fight is probably, unironically, the hardest fight in the mid-game. Okay, which one is pressured? Okay. Blizzard. A little bit less than I probably should have used there. Okay, whatever. Got away with it. I got a crit there, so I got away with what I shouldn't have. That did trim up my MP, though. That'll be kind of nice. Depending on the placement of the bugs here, we might be able to get away with Blizzard Magnify. Probably don't want to risk it, though. Okay. We're gonna go for Blizzard Magnify, actually. They're both gonna be pretty tight. Oh, that's really awful. Yep. I lost time there, being a dumbass. Alright, so that's my fault. Lost time to both those fights. Should have gone for Blizzard. Well, that's how it is. You win, you play big, you win small.
You really want to throw down with me?
Always worried about the quarters, just like screwing me over
Oh
here.
yeah? But you really want to throw down with me?
Please don't.
Time for a serious
Okay, the bugs decided not to screw me over for once. I think we'll throw a high-risk volley here.
Just no escaping this there.
Could I? Nah, it's not worth it, because this isn't consistent. Standing still to cast a spell here is high risk, low reward. You can Blizzara this fight if you really want to. But the bugs will sometimes fly out of it, and you need to target the bugs so that they both get hit by Blizzara Magnify. And then the rats do need to have a pretty tight position. Blizzara Magnify usually will hit both of them, though. The problem is the bugs will usually fly out of it, so you get screwed there. Excuse me, Barrett. I have... Was that my fault? I've never seen him, like, be able to fire early like that. That was weird. This game does... This game is just this game. I can never understand what's going on in this game. At any given time. That's all I gotta say. I never know what's going on. Please tell me. If you guys know any better, I'd love to know. What the hell is happening in this thing?
If I gotta climb another damn ladder.
Alright, Tifa's gonna finish him off, no problem. Okay. Also, there's the dolphin's underside. If you guys wondered what the model looked like, there you go. So there's not going to be any more bright flashing lights until after the boss fight. I will need to blow a hole in the wall to finish the chapter. That's about it. So, we are good to go. Whew. All right, so we're going to Unbridled Strength right off the bat here. To kind of get an idea what's going on. Blizzard. Blizzara, rather. Blizzara. Hurt for charge. It's quicker.
You good?
Aeroga onto C.
Get back! Give me your best shot!
Blizzard?
This is ridiculous.
Oh, that was really bad. I'm really dumb.
Okay.
Oh, I really fucked this up. I'm not used to having overcharge charge there, so that was really goofy. Whatever.
It's on you.
We want to Blizzara. Okay, well, we really needed to upgrade to Blizzara there, because I really wasn't going to hit enough damage without it. We're going to have to go for double Star Shower here to get the extra damage out, for sure. Unfortunate, but that's how it works sometimes, when you're a big dum-dum. Double Star Shower. Okay. Very messed up, but whatever. You want to go into that last phase with enough ATB. I should have used Blizzara, not Blizzard. That was a really bad decision branch. But sometimes you play like an idiot. Thing is, I normally have overcharge going into that phase, so I can overcharge the one that's running around, and then Blizzard the remaining 3. Problem solved. I can overcharge during it, so that's kind of why I was a little bit off filter there. Because my setup was kind of off. That's one of those boss fights that you need to learn to what do you want to never mind. Where you need to learn to adapt. But that boss fight's very, very fluid. Because of the enemy movement in that fight, there's no way for it to be consistent. Sometimes Blizzard Magnify will just, like, one-shot everything and, like, end phase 1 almost immediately. And sometimes you need to cast Blizzard, like, 4 times to clear out all the enemies. It's really hard to tell. The only thing you can learn to do is react to how fast the first phase is cleared. Problem is that, like, it kind of collapses in phase 2 and 3, so you have to get really good at stuff. As long as I didn't waste Tifa's limit, I was fine. Unfortunate, but fine.
Transit have probably been locked down by now.
So what's the plan then? You know another way up?
So,
No, but I think I know someone who might.
You mean Corneo?
pretty rough chapter. My brain is apparently made of this cheese, as usual.
Fellow grounders, listen up, because boy, do I have some news for you.
Alright, so we don't care what Kyrie's got to say here. 2 minutes of nonsense, blah, 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 blah. Who cares? Who cares? I don't. So we're gonna have to take we get dragged into a conversation here anyway. Mash through this ASAP so that we can get the Chocobo to bring us over to Corneo's hideout. 1, 2, 3. You don't want to mash triangle circle there. So the circle will cancel you out of that menu. So what you're aiming for is to mash triangle after a couple of his lines of dialogue, so that it cancels out the last line of dialogue of the 3, and then lets you get straight into the Chocobo menu without canceling it and having to reopen it.
Got no other choice.
So yeah, that fight was, the chapter was pretty good. I definitely lost time being greedy with my Blizzaras. And I didn't even take full advantage of it in the boss fight. I was greedy in that fight too. Very protective of MP that I needed to use, not keep. If only I hadn't accidentally fired off that overcharge, the fight would have been way different. Very unfortunate that I'm stupid, though. Alright, let's head into the sewer doer and get caked with pooper pooper. Alright, so we got a couple of cutscenes here, and then we're gonna talk to, Thing is here, and then go yes into the sewer.
You guys ready?
Decent enough sewer time. Could have been a 308, but, I guess PB's off the table, but this is still a pretty good run. Or at least I'm gonna take PB off the table here. Yeah, it's too much, stress and effort to assume that we can PB out of this. We had a decent chance, but I threw it away in Chapter 13 really hard, being extremely greedy with MP for no particular reason. We're gonna burn through these guys as quickly as possible. Do this fire, switch over to Tifa, True Strike. Gives me a second to swap over to Cloud. Here we go. So you gotta remember Cloud's max is 92 MP. And that is a magic number, because that will keep him at a 20% damage bonus. So we are aiming to stay there as much as we possibly can. Nice A pose, Tifa. Looks like we won't take much damage for no reason. Okay. Alright, we didn't take a lot of damage, so I don't need to worry about healing here. We're gonna use Fire Magnify here, Fire MP Absorb. Basically rip us through mostly everything. Switch over to Barret to re-target. Apparently I'll switch to Tifa first, though. I'm lucky I was just ready to mash twice. That Thunder would not have hit if I hadn't switched to Barret. That's all I gotta say there. So we're gonna triple slash the stupid Bluegill here. Into ability, triple blue. Good, kill everything. Right.
Keep those gloves up.
We don't want to heal here, even if our HP is really low. The next couple of cutscenes require both of them to get here with us, so we do not want to heal, which will lag them behind us.
Yeah, we heard you. Maybe. About time.
This way. There should be a door with Corneo's mark on it around here somewhere.
Hey,
Your time to shoot.
Yeah.
can I ask you, why did you help?
Andrea,
That really?
I couldn't bring.
Huh?
It doesn't matter. Let's go.
Right? Barrett is a little bit low on HP, but there's really no reason to heal.
We're getting close to Corneo's hideout.
Yeah, there's no reason to heal right now for like 100 hit points, quite literally. We're going to be switching over to him anyway. He does have Bloodsucker on, so he's going to kill one of these rats. Should kill one of these rats. And then Cloud's Fire is going to do the rest of the work.
Bastard went that way.
Don't lose him! That's the limit and beyond!
Okay. I'm going to switch over to Tifa here. Into Arrow.
Don't think you'll walk away from
Okay. Sometimes you can get all the way to the other end of the this hallway. Sometimes you get kicked out of that fight almost immediately. It's worth it to do it that way because it's 100% consistent, so you end up not getting bullied by the enemies there. Basically, is the long and the short of it. Fire. Strike. Alright. Alright, so this fight right here is kind of jank. Not a big fan of it. Fire-ga. Does take a while for these two other shotes to get hit by Fire-ga Magnify for some reason. If you do it the opposite way, sometimes the bluegill doesn't get hit by Fire-ga. It's really awkward. Some of these fights are really goofy.
No need to worry.
Take the door, take the door, take the door. Okay. Pretty good chapter so far. But that is easily... Okay. Oh my gosh. This guy right here is the worst. That, Scissor Claw can screw you over pretty heavily. And cost you a huge amount of time if he decides to get jammed into that, flea area. Fire. Okay. So we should be able to get a little bit of a boost here from the shoat. I guess. I kind of rolled off the front of him like an idiot. We got plenty of MP coming up, so I'm not worried about it. We really only need Berserk out of Tifa. Worst comes to worst, we need Aeroga and Berserk out of Barrett, but hopefully we won't get to that point. That's all I gotta say.
He's so slippery.
We need to keep the Berserk just in case. Berserk shouldn't come up on Barrett, but it would be helpful. Star Shower, HP Boost, Dolphin Flurry, Fire. I don't know why Cloud worked. That was weird. Okay.
I know a shortcut. Follow me.
Alright, so now we're up to Abzu 2-2. Abzu 2 is both easier and difficult at the more difficult at the same time. We don't have access to Aerith, but we do have access to the Abzu shotes in this fight. They both make this fight more difficult to deal with and easier at the same time. The thing is, we can ping him with multiple hits. Multi-hit him with Fire Magnify and Fire Magnify. If we set things up properly, because the shotes will hang out next to him. So he'll end up getting hit by the explosion that kills the shotes as well. So we can, in some cases, double and triple hit. So it does make this fight a little bit easier, but the shotes also will maul the ever-loving crap out of you if you don't do the fight properly. So you really need to just, like, immediately downsize the Abzus and multi-hit Abzu 2. And if they move in a weird way in phase 1, it can really kind of nerf your damage. Just waiting for Leslie to start the dialogue here.
Wait outside.
So we got 3 basic attacks. We got Bash and Smash, Ground Pound, and Basic. We really don't want to see Bash and Smash. What we're looking for is a Berserk into a counter into a Fire-Aga. If we see Bash and Smash, we need a hot start with Fire-A, so that he doesn't just maul me relentlessly. And that's exactly what I didn't want. Actually, where are you going, Barrett? Overcharge, uppercut, true strike, uppercut, cloud. And I managed to get enough ATB. Holy shit. That is insane. Bash and Smash is not what you want to see. It's really rough. So we're going to fire right off the bat here into an ATB boost. And that'll get us the rest of the fight. ATB boost, Fire-Aga will knock him back into the shotes. Fire-Aga multi-hits, and that's the end of that. We're going to spam Fire-Aga right off the bat here and switch to Tifa. Breaking the horn makes him back up into the shotes, so regardless of which order he moves in, it makes my life easier, so... Fire-Aga, this... Flurry, Air-Aga... Don't tell me I spawned underneath him. Okay, get out of the way, guys. And there we go. So we're going to hold L1 to get out of here a little bit faster. It's better than going up the ladder. We want this into refocus. Wrong. Correct. Wrong. Arrow. Arrow into Arrow-Ga. Into Arrow-Ra. Demagnify and somersault. Let's go.
Ready to do that? Once we start, you know, sure you want to.
Pretty decent, pretty decent. 318's not bad. Looking for like a 16 or a 15 one day. Just not today. Stewart went pretty good. The first phase was a little bit of a struggle to try and get enough damage. You want to get Cloud enough ATB that he can just ATB boost in phase 2. You can also equip Skill Master. I find ATB boosting in the middle of phase 2 is the best way to do it, but it also requires you to have perfect ATB at the end of phase 1. So it's really rough when you have to fire a Bash and Smash to make sure you have enough ATB. Because your ATB is pretty random and you're not taking a Punisher counter to get extra ATB out of it, so it's kind of rough. But now we have wind. Wind and more wind.
Get away, Alta.
Scatter. Right. So we're going to be using wind for the next couple of chapters. 15, 16, 17, wind is pretty strong. Spawning on the enemy and then having the AoE of fire and ice to the point where it can multi-hit makes it really beneficial. And a lot of flying enemies make these areas really obnoxious. Ladders take a while, so there we go.
Told you so.
Right, so we are on somersault. Go.
So that's where we have
Get yourself up. Heal Cloud up.
While we up there.
We've made it through worse, you know.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a miracle we haven't been killed a dozen times over by now.
Dialogue, we just can mash through here.
Don't screw up.
So this game wants us to use the grappling guns here. It's a really obnoxious way to do some cutscenes. There is a cutscene skip, or combat skip in general, that we can use. Okay. Sometimes you get a bad position there, and if you just, like, get on top of them immediately, your life's a lot easier. Aeroga is a little bit dangerous because it has a damage debuff because it's magnified, and it can end up flinging them in a really weird way. Recharge.
I'll end this.
Okay, I want Cloud to arrow the elite guys here. Okay, Barrett into arrow on the Helitrooper. Okay. Alright, so you can get Cloud closer to the ladder here, but I tend to stay a little bit further back just in case, so he doesn't, I don't down warp to him, just in case he's in the tunnel beneath. Zip line here. HP boost, jump arrow. Okay.
Keep those gloves up.
Do. So we're gonna take this combat area again, so we can get full movement speed with Tifa here. Tifa, Star Shower, and a somersault. Arrow. So the arrow is just to trigger a lightning synergy there, so that we get the last little tick of damage we need. So that the first kick staggers and the second kick kills. Alright. So, next thing coming up is the awful Valkyrie minigame that's meant to replace the hide-and-seek minigame from the OG when you were in Shinra HQ. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I wish they didn't do it, but they did. So, I'm probably gonna get murdered by bullets. Luckily, they don't do full damage, but they are super obnoxious. Oh, we did also demagnify Barrett's Blizzards on the off chance I want to cast them. There's a very small chance that I even want to cast Ice with him. There is chance, but it's very much unlikely. Honestly, I'd rather have him on Lightning, but changing it's a waste of time. I need to put Somersault on Tifa anyway, and I don't need to go in the menus. It's just a matter of, like, slapping the L2 button, so. HP boost right off the bat. Arrow to get a synergy going quicker. So the true strike is to push that last little bit, plus synergy thunder. Dead. Wonder if... I'm gonna try something here. I doubt it'll work, but I'm gonna try it. It's not gonna lose me too much time if it doesn't work out the way I want it to.
Here I go.
Right behind you. You're gonna feel this one.
Okay, it does save time. Alright. Good to know. I didn't know if I could get Cloud to warp to Tifa at that close. Alright, so we're gonna try and not screw this up, but I mess it up all the time. Oh, I did that way too long. Barrett screwed me up there. Wait for it. Go in. Not as good as it could have been, but definitely my fault. I can't blame the game. Barrett did push me, but if I had done it right, it wouldn't have been a problem. Somersault. Arrow. HP boost. Arrow. Arrow. Excuse me? That should kill. Unfortunate. The damage can be a little bit variable there. Sometimes you have to overcharge with Barrett, but it's not very common. As long as you spread out your wind spells a little bit, you should be hitting and stagger properly, so...
Nothing could be stopped. I got
God dang it, Barrett. This is your fault. Really? Oh my god. Fire. Awful. Thanks for triggering the frickin' dodge twice, guys. Awful. That's how it is sometimes. Overcharge triggered the dodge, so he immediately dodged arrow. If I'd used arrow gun, it would have lasted long enough that he wouldn't have been able to dodge it, so... 3 IQ points. It may look weird that I'm not healing up Cloud here, but I'm actually going to be taking all of the bullets in this runaway minigame and healing him up. He will bottom out at 1 HP. So there's no reason to heal him before now, because I'm going to be taking a bunch of damage anyway, so... no reason to worry about it. Trigger. Once. Twice. Third time. Okay, start it. Arrow, overcharge, into refocus. Tifa, Star Shower. Boost.
Okay. You okay?
Arrow, switch over to Barrett. Arrow. Alright. We also want to bait out the bullets to build some ATB on Tifa. Arrow. Charge. Charge. Switch over to Tifa. That's the wrong character. Into Focus Strike. Strike. Arrow. True. Okay. Alright. Sub 330. I'm happy with that. 28's pretty decent. Could be better. But, once again, could be, should be, would be. Marathon run it is. This is pretty garbage marathon commentary because the run's actually good, so I'm being a lot more quiet than I should be. So we're going to be spamming a lot of Wind Magnify in the garage here. Fire would probably be a little bit better, but Wind will allow us to avoid needing line of sight, and it will also allow us to, in some cases, get staggers out. So for the most part, Wind works out pretty good here, actually. Lets us speed up a little bit of the fight. So there are some cases where we kind of have to turbocharge our spells a little bit harder than we need to by going up to, like, Arrowgar or something, but we can make this work. B, Arrow, switch over to Tifa. Or Shower. Okay, good enough. Arrow, ATB boost. Go.
Calling wind.
Oops. Okay, I have to do this with Tifa here. Oh, that's bad. I screwed that up. I got lucky though. Did not really get punished for messing that up. Arrow. Over into ATB boost. That's wrong. Oh. Okay, that was my fault by accidentally casting Arrow with Cloud. It delayed the combat exit. It's my bad. Arrow. Arrow. Everything's dead? Okay, everything's dead. Good. Pretty good fight. I really have no complaints there. That somersault's really important. You could probably throw somersault in a couple of other positions, but they're not super consistent in my experience. So it's better off just doing things this way. That is not the spell I wanted. Still works, though. Alright, I'll do this. We want lightning into iron. into Thundera, into SD, into Triple, Ascension, Catastrophe, Thundera, into Thundera, and Soul Drain. There we go.
But not today.
That menu is actually, unironically, very difficult because I don't know why, but I haven't had much practice with it. So there's a couple of menus that are really difficult that probably shouldn't be. Also, by the way, 69 MP.
Let's just keep heading up.
In there for my boys. 69 MP for all the good boys and girls.
So, how do we get upstairs?
Either the elevator.
So there is a
or the
split
emergency
here.
stairwell.
Pretty big donation incentive stairs versus elevator. About 7 minutes of running. I don't do practice runs on the stairs because there's really no tech there. It's just 7 minutes of cutscene basically that you're in control of.
You be careful.
It would be cooler if there was like an elixir or something, but there's not even anything cool in it like there is in the main game or OG. Kind of a bummer. It is nice that there's an elixir in the stairs, so at least you get rewarded for doing it in OG. Unfortunately, the main run doesn't have access to that, or OG run doesn't have access to it anymore, because it's actually possible to manipulate the elevator encounters so you don't get any, or get the bare minimum so you actually save time.
Tifa!
Oh shit! Tifa!
The stretching here.
I thought I was dead for sure.
Do. So we do have a big chunk of story in between here and there. Plenty of time to talk about last-ditch things, whatever. A little bit of autism peeking out there. So that little, that railing will lead you over to the,
Hand over hand,
Sonic,
huh?
not Sonic Strikers, but Purple Pain.
Bring it on.
That's the ability that gives True Strike. There's a lot of weapons in here that people miss. I think Twin Stinger everybody finds pretty consistently, but some people do miss Purple Pain, which is in this segment, and then they also miss EKG Cannon, which you have to buy from President Shin, or the mayor of Shinra's aide. He actually says he's selling you intel, but it's actually the EKG Cannon that he's selling you. The intel is completely useless. I don't remember it being anything but the story expansion. So let's go.
This isn't so bad. Pretty close now. Just
The
need to
movement
make it
here
over
can be
there.
pretty difficult, to be honest. It's unironically hard to do the monkey bars. Let's go. Oh, I did it a little bit late. Whatever. Hope you guys are having a good Friday so far.
Almost
Appreciate
there.
you, those
Just
of
need
you
to get
chilling
across
out with
those
me, lurking.
platforms.
Know you're out there. Jump arena. So, we're switching into Iron Blade here because we're going to actually abuse self-destruct on Specimen. Makes my life a lot easier. So, we do have a couple of slow segments in between here and there, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I guess, however you want to look at it. It's slow in terms of gameplay, and there's really not much we can do in terms of saving time or taking a break. This is a decent spot. You could take a break if you have somebody else in the room that can do it for you. Movement here is pretty simple. So it's not too hard to throw the controller to somebody else. You'll probably lose about a minute overall with the cutscene skips and stuff if you give it to somebody else, but at the very least, you got enough time for a bathroom break. This right here is probably the reason you can't give it up just yet. Everything else is pretty much cutscene. That's perfect.
Was never in doubt.
Ran for that all the time.
Just like that, okay?
Sometimes they get sucked into Star Shower, sometimes they don't, so you have to do that. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-doo. Yeah, we're going back to abusing self-destruct. I could have used it in the elevator fights there. The thing is, I lose out on some HP because they really don't have enough HP collectively to fill me back up. I can heal after it, but it's really not that helpful. If I really needed MP, I could self-destruct there to use Trade-Off. Trade-Off is a nice little ability that complements self-destruct. Every 10% HP loss, you get 1 MP back. So it can help keep your MP up in certain scenarios. We do have both magic ups on Cloud, so his self-destruct damage is going to be pretty high. So we want to hold like a forward angle there so that we get close to the switch here. The game spends a while fading into that cutscene. There's quite a few of these fade-ins towards the end of the game where you can maintain movement. I'm gonna go use the bathroom and I'll be right back.
I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Wasn't it fun to learn about Shinra and our esteemed president? And to get a peek at the president's mementos? That was super cool. The next exhibit will teach you about the important work we do here, by giving you a closer look at each of our divisions. I hope you're ready to be amazed, because you simply won't believe all the exciting adventures we have here.
These all look so familiar.
Because we've destroyed a bunch of them already.
Impressive, wasn't it? I hope you enjoyed learning about our divisions and the wonderful ideas and solutions that are produced to benefit us all. Here at Shinra, we strive to ensure the safety of all residents around the clock.
Alright. No more brakes, only gas. Well, the only brakes are going to be the ones that my dumb foot stomps on. So we got a cutscene coming up here. Waiting for the game to transition on its own. These cutscenes are pretty long.
Now, moving along, the next exhibit.
You don't have to work into step into this. As long as you're standing in the doorway, the cutscene will trigger immediately.
As well as the city of Midgar itself. So come on.
So as soon as the camera starts to change it. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. Mash through a little bit of dialogue here. Do one last little save load here to shut the frickin' computer up. Not sure if this one actually saves time, but it does make this movement a lot less obnoxious. If anything, it breaks even. I don't think it loses time for sure. Are you serious? I hate that so much when you accidentally buffer a back input like that.
Your mission next. Please make your...
What the?
Okay. So we gotta go talk to the mayor. It doesn't matter. He's got nothing important for us. Gotta go get the key card to go get a key card to go get another key card to key card the key card's key card.
I still can't believe the mayor.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Avalanche.
Would have been nice to know.
That's basically the beginning of chapter 16 is, I see you have a key card there. It would be a shame if you got a key card in your key card with a key card. Unfortunately, this is also where Reeves' cutscenes are, so we're just gonna... Oops, sorry, Reeves. You're not even showing up on camera.
Here's the 63rd floor, where loyal Shinra employees relax and recharge.
They actually make Reeves really interesting. The only thing that's weird is they show Kite, or they show Seath of Kite Seath, I think. I don't know. I think Kite Seath is actually like the little cat-looking thing, and the Moogle is something separate. They show Kite Seath though in that cutscene. They drop, I think, in the DLC. Really, like, what the hell's that? Same thing with Zack. It's like, who's that guy?
Combat sim. You can use it to train for battle.
You work here?
Alright, so we don't need to do any of this nonsense. Well,
That's right.
Before I trust
excuse me, just ignore me.
prove you're worth it.
We do have to do this. We don't have to do it in hard mode, though. There's no hard setting, so we're going to be doing this in easy. There's only easy and normal, so... I honestly don't even know if you need to do this in easy for this to work. Should be fine. Are you serious with this garbage? Eat everything. What? Excuse me? That was ridiculous.
Just like that, okay?
This combat chamber is really jank. Sometimes self-destruct hits everything. Sometimes it just doesn't hit shit. Sometimes somersault just fails to kill an easy enemy. Who the fuck knew? Level 50 character with metal knuckles and somersault would fail to one-shot a sweeper.
A board meeting it's being held in.
Think they like some weekend evening?
I'm assuming it got knocked back out of one of the hits. That's the only way that would actually happen. There's no other way. That fight's stupid. I don't know why that happens so much. And like, experimenting with that fight is extremely obnoxious, because it's in the middle of, like, 5 minutes of cutscenes on either side. Self-destruct should, and has worked in the past. Sometimes the game just decides it's not okay.
You only get one chance.
Having fun is not okay.
We need to plan this just right.
Alright, so we gotta go spy in on the meeting, which means we gotta climb through the vents.
Do you think
A lot of point A to point B to point C, my way out of this conversation.
Little bit of
You hear the word ask anyone?
We're just the only thing we can really do here is cut corners on the triggers for the dialogues and stuff, so that we can trigger it ASAP.
All right, I'll wait out here.
And just go the directest line to trigger the cutscenes or whatever.
Never mind.
Imagine losing time to the
no one's in here.
fluffing double cutter fight.
Love to show them.
Come on. Let's just
it's a backbreaker right there. You could use Thunder Magnify, but having to reset up Cloud's stuff for Thunder Magnify is not beneficial. And Wind is not strong enough, if I remember correctly. It's also not good enough for the enemies on the way up, so... I think you could do all the menuing at the top floor, but I don't think Wind Magnify... I think some of the lasers early on have a damage reduction against Wind, and they only take 10% damage, so even a tier 3 is not enough. I don't think cutters have that same benefit. But if they were right next to each other, maybe we could double shot them with 2 hits, but I'd have to use like Fun Breath twice, I guess. It would be better, probably. No, because I'd still need to menu Lightning, so I'd have to put Iron Blade on before the boss, which means I'd have to menu an additional time. Bare minimum. I think I'm doing the fight wrong, because I think you gotta, like, roll forward, ATB boost, and then step a couple of steps, and then it, like, works. I don't know why. Cloud's positioning is really important, and the stupid cutters just, like, seem to think it's optional to get hit by an AoE like that. I don't know. It's really hard to explain. Fight's stupid. Too bad Barret doesn't do enough damage, so I can't, like, double trigger Synergy Lightning to get through it, I don't think. Actually, I think this is the first time I've had Synergy Lightning coming in here. Because normally you don't want it, since Failed Experiment is greatly resistant to Lightning. So, Lightning Synergy is really bad, because Failed Experiment absorbs Lightning. Reno is greatly resistant to it, so it's like, I think, a 75% debuff, if not 90. And then Specimen here also is greatly resistant to Lightning, so it's really bad in a couple of spots. So Lightning Synergy is a really bad combination to some extent. Whatever. Let's focus on the actual fights that can actually save or lose us time. So we got a bunch of little eyeballs here. You would think we need to kill, but we're not going to. The only time they're dangerous is in the first phase. They can knock us out of self-destruct. As long as I'm careful about it, even if I get hit before self-destruct, I'm fine. I need to take extra damage anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It's just a matter of whether I get flapped or not before I self-destruct. Okay, rape. That's alright, I guess. 1, 2. Into Blade Burst. We're gonna tank the counters here on purpose. SD. And that'll push the phase. Alright. So we did take enough damage to trigger a summon here, so I gotta be careful to make sure I don't accidentally summon instead of Ascension here. We're only gonna ascend once, so there's no reason to shortcut it. Okay. Want to build a little bit of ATB here. Uppercut, cancel into Star Shower. Okay. We got enough damage on deck here. We're not going to Star Shower twice, we're just going to Star Shower once. Star Shower into Somersault's going to be enough to kill this phase. But he has an HP lock until he finishes Mako Expulsion, or whatever the heck this one's called. Bop. Switch out. Somersault. Yeah, Mako Expulsion, okay. So we're just going to back up here and do some regular damage. Ah, I screwed that up. You need to time the overcharge so that it kills. What? Get me out of this menu. Holy God. Mithril. That really threw me off. Arrow. Arrow. Okay. Aeroga. Magnify. Not the most efficient way to handle it. My ATB was a little bit short, so I should have actually attacked before I tripled instead of the other way around, but whatever. You could use Catastrophe there, but I really prefer not to use it. I really need Catastrophe in a couple of the fights. You used to use it a lot more in Chapter 17, because it's really hard to get through 17 without Catastrophe. But mainly, it's going to be the Morph unit fight that we're going to use it in, because we've got to deal with 3 waves of enemies. We have 2 mono drives, one that will erect a magic barrier, and one that will erect a physical barrier. So Cloud's going to be dealing with the one that has the physical barrier, and break it with Arrow Magnify. And Barrett's going to deal the one with the magic barrier and kill it with Catastrophe. So that's mainly why we have it. Otherwise, Barrett has no reasonable way to get rid of that. Neither does Cloud. So that's the easiest way to deal with that guy. I've tried a bunch of different things.
My mom and I
You'd have to, like, one-shot him before he gets the magic barrier up, and I don't think you could cast anything quickly enough to avoid letting him get the magic barrier up. So it's a really weird position. And, like, hitting with a magic spell, I don't think interrupts the barrier. I don't know, there's a lot of stuff in Hojo's laboratory I really don't know about, to be perfectly honest. I just know it works. Kind of thing.
Anyway, we gotta
right at Bethesda, most that frickin' portion.
That Hojo did.
So we get lucky moving around that. We can avoid doing this 1,000 times. Tifa and Aerith make the movement in there really difficult.
Yes.
Without bonking over and over again. So we got a couple of failed experiments coming up here. The little ones.
Where did they go?
It stinks in here.
There's 4 of them total. So we're gonna do it this way. Row. Right. Okay. Because that's max MP, Arrow will one-shot him. It won't work in the next fight, though, because I won't be at max MP, fortunately. Which is fine. Honestly, one-shotting these next ones isn't really that big of an issue. It's just a minor inconvenience. But you gotta remember that Mithril Saber has a consistent damage bonus when at max MP. It doesn't consume more, but it basically functions as MP Turbo. So as long as you're at max MP, you get a turbo boost of damage without the additional MP cost.
I'd better hurry.
Okay.
Test subject pods? Guess I can use these.
Yeah, you can. Definitely, definitely. So we're going to want to be using a lot of magnified magic, usually. There'll be a few enemies that we want to single target, like sledgeworms, because they just move too quickly to rely on magnified and multi-hit. We don't want to bother with, like, catastrophe either, because it's high risk, low reward. It can work sometimes, but often puts you in a situation where you just don't have enough tools to deal with the fallout. Sometimes even catastrophe will fail to hit everything in their own, even one of the enemies. So arrow, triple. And that right there is red, bounced him into the air, and then the arrow wombo comboed him way too high to get hit by triple slash. Sometimes red is your worst enemy in this area, to be perfectly honest. He will screw up your strats more often than help them.
What is it?
Quite annoying, unfortunately.
If we flip that...
If Red was a controllable character, he'd be a lot less obnoxious, but because they couldn't get him done in time, now he's really obnoxious NPC. In casual gameplay, he's really helpful. In a speedrun, he is probably the most destructive party member, because he really loves to screw things up. He'll go for a stagger, and like I said earlier, when you stagger an enemy, you get a limit out of it, and also you can trigger ATB stagger if it's equipped. So he can really screw things up by stealing staggers, especially in boss fights. That's the worst. It's the absolute worst. So we need to win this one in the back. Okay, that's annoying. That's super obnoxious. Holy garbage. Okay. I screwed myself over here. Into Thundiga. Overcharge. Thunder up.
Hey.
Yeah.
If you say...
Guess we're out. What's the plan?
First, should be an element. Didn't expect any of this, but we just gotta roll with it.
The door seems to have locked.
Okay, I'm just trying to keep Barrett kind of buffered behind so he doesn't get in Red's way here. I had a lot of issues where he loves bonking into Red and pushing him out of position over and over again. So we're going to be stealing most of Cloud's magic setup once we get to Aerith, but right now we're going to be letting Cloud do most of the heavy lifting here. Luckily, MP really isn't an object in the Cloud and Barrett portion. They'll get up to 90% MP recovery from 3 sets of 3 crates. Or 3 sets of crates in the second portion of their dungeon. There's a couple of sets of crates that have 3 Mako shards in them, so we get 30%, 30%, 30%. We probably won't need the last one, but it is something we can pick up depending on how stupid the fight goes.
Thanks.
I do need to do some rerouting so that I can get Skill Master on Cloud, so he can activate it in a few fights and a few different things. It'll make my life a lot easier if I can loop Skill Master onto Cloud. It's on Barrett right now, but it literally does absolutely nothing.
But what about you, Tifa? How are you
They
holding
rework how that goes.
I
He
guess
starts
that's
with that
possibly
Skill
the
Master,
first
to be
word.
honest, from the very beginning, so...
But it looks like the door's locked.
Problem.
There has to be something we can do. Let's look around.
So anyway,
Gotcha.
we're going to be doing some menuing once we come back to Tifa and Aerith. We're actually going to do another one of those pass-throughs where I switch over to Mithril Knuckle to overwrite most of Metal, so that I have a very specific layout for the entire Deopoja's laboratory, and give her Goddard Hummerung. Then we're mainly going to be stealing the magic setup off of Cloud, and giving his first strike, and presetting a few other things so that they're in the right spot.
Sit tight until you
but we'll be setting up Aerith after this fight here when we switch back over.
I don't give a shit about any.
Skip this, thank you. So this fight here is a little bit variable. I'm going to ATB boost right off the bat, and... Arrow Rise, good. I should have Arrowgut, but I thought Barrett was going to have enough ATB. It's unfortunately just a little bit too little to get us where we needed to go. Erica usually makes the fight pretty consistent in one-shots, so that lost me a little bit of time. Shouldn't have played it risky. You get plenty of MP, so you really don't need to worry about the Erica not hitting hard enough, but
switches.
Problem was, Barrett decided to roll like 1 billion times before he thundered, but really screwed with any chance of him getting the last bit of ATB without me having to manually grab him and do it myself.
We access the central terminal. The door should be unlocked now.
Anyone of Hojan's...
We will. See you in a bit.
What? Oh, I hit the wrong... Stop it. Into mithril, no. Into metal, yes. Wait. Give her got her. And then we want to do this, brain. One day. It'll work, I swear. Okay. Overly complicated, but it worked. Alright, max MP. Good to go. So we do have all the dogs spawning in the next room, so if I get really lucky, Tifa can one-shot everything. But,
See you around.
that is not guaranteed.
What is this place for?
It could also result in Aerith dying. So that's the nice thing about her being at max HP is we're in a much better place here. I think we're actually going to ping off a couple of regular attacks to fill out some ATB. While Tifa's flip-flopping. Somersault should be able to one-shot everything, but it's not going to happen consistently. Okay. I should kill everything. Yep. Alright, good fight. The thing is, all those dogs spawning immediately means we don't have to wait for them to jump out of the crate. And it also means that it increases the likelihood of Somersault multi-hitting more than 1 or 2 dogs. So if I pare it down to 3, I can Aerora immediately and just 2-shot usually. So we're going to switch over to Aerith here and just kind of run over into this corner and
we're safe.
Normally I can warp Tifa over to there and get out of that that stand-up, but Zenene decided to jump into the door, which is very uncommon. Grab the crate here. Probably shouldn't, but the full damage. If Eriga is needed to one-shot this other Zenene, it'll upgrade the damage by 20% and speed it up a little bit. So it could be this is a little bit. That was a little bit stupid, but it's fine, because then I don't have to worry about soul drains either. I'm gonna go for it, but I don't have to worry about it. So we're gonna turn around and somersault the one behind us instead of the one in front of us. Go, please. Okay, that works too. That's why you do it that way. Because more often than not, the back dog comes towards Tifa, so the somersault hits both of them. If you do it the other way around, the other dog's, like, very rarely ever gets caught up in somersault. Thundera here. Thundera. Somersault.
We'll make it quick.
Alright.
Sorry.
Soul drain, soul drain. So we're maxed out on MP. That's nice. I wish Tifa had actually crit on that, because I had enough MP that I only needed the 1 soul drain, but I had to do the rest of the damage somehow, so it's whatever, I guess. Probably could have charged a Tempest, maybe? I don't know. Tempest, walk over a soul drain.
Hey,
Alright, so we gotta go into Iron Blade here. We're gonna be juggling our first strikes around to make our lives easier. We're also gonna be juggling magic ups as well. Iron Blade, no. Lightning. What? Dude, stop it. The game is killing. Ah! Stop. This. Into, Disorder, I think? Try again. There we go. Good grief. What are these menus? I'm having a fucking meltdown here.
It stinks.
These crates don't have anything in them, and even if they did, it's not worth going out of the way to grab them. Just run straight down the middle. These guys right here, we're going to triple slash right off the bat, so we get a star dust ray off of Red. That will help beat us with this. Self-destruct with Cloud. And we can get a pretty consistent setup there. The AI did take a while to self-destruct there, but it's more important to get Barrett in the right position to trigger this cutscene as soon as possible. You could disorder. The problem is you'd be low on damage on these NNAs. I probably should have SD'd manually and then switched to Barrett and ran during the animation. Sometimes the AI is really goofy about self-destruct and literally wants to rub its face on whatever the hell it's hitting with self-destruct for some reason, even though it's an AoE, I don't know. We're going to grab this crate here. We want to get this one and the next one before the sledgeworms.
Commencing test. All personnel must evacuate area. Commencing test.
SD. Perfect positioning.
Make a decent team.
Thank you.
I never grow tired of watching my toys be.
We're gonna be grabbing an empty crate anyway.
How many times I've seen it happen.
To get Cloud to max MP.
Such is the case when you truly enjoy your work. Now, for the next step.
So we have to do a small menu here to switch into Mithril Saber and Goddard Ummerung. We probably should put Skill Master on Cloud, but we're not going to. Mithril, no, into Goddard, yep. Okay, let's go. 1, 2, into Focus Thrust, Disorder, HP Boost. What? Oh god, this is really awful. Both? I don't think it does.
Let's do this.
This is the worst situation. Awful. I really should not have made it through that fight. So, that's a really weird bug that can happen. I don't know why it's coded to be able to do that, but sometimes the sledgeworms can literally just pop up underneath each other. It's probably, like, the dumbest oversight in coding with an awful fight like that. And the problem is, when they're like that, you literally can't do anything. Because the one underneath it is safe. Because the one... So the one that's staggered is the one that's going to get hit by thunder, and it's going to block the thunder on the one underneath it. It's so stupid. That's why I stood there and didn't do anything, even though I had ATB to act. Because I knew the game was going to screw me over, and I'm like, what do I even do here? It's a really dumb bug. But once again, Skill Master should have been on me, and I did it to myself. Let's get the heck out of here. HP boost. Okay, everybody's gonna die. Good to go.
Now that is what I call teamwork.
So Cloud will get a little bit of healing once we go into Iron Blade, but whoever coded this sword, Sledgeworm, should probably not code ridiculous monsters like that ever again. The guy in charge of that, like, I just... Look, man, can you stick to something else? Because coding monsters is not your forte. Those guys are really ridiculous. I very much dislike Sledgeworms. They're very unfair, and they're broken.
The passages have to be connected somehow.
Speaking of broken, you can actually get out of bounds and get all the way up to the helipad here for an out-of-bounds skip. Unfortunately, the scripting is really busted here, so you can get all the way up to the Rufus or the Genova fight up there, and it'll just trigger the Sledgeworms fight. Just to let you know how awful Sledgeworms are, they'll just put you right back, so it kind of sucks. Sledgeworms are kind of obnoxious. First blade. First blade? What? So I want to delay the blade burst there a little bit, so that it one-shots everything there.
Right.
If I do it too soon, they'll both be HP locked, as usual.
Tifa, Red fell to your level. Should we try to get to him?
Okay, I know what this menu is.
Oh no! Come on!
Wrong. Daughter, yes. This. Wait, it's this for this. Wait, yes, yes. This, and then my brain is pretty bad sometimes.
I won't give up. Let me
See you later.
Worked up a good sweat.
That fight's super cool. I wish I had taken less time to learn that one. Nice!
Would kill for a shower.
Nice, nice. That's gonna save me a lot of MP.
Sorry for the wait. No, let's get this over with.
Want to wait for them to start standing up so they can actually die. Alright, so...
Now it's my turn.
So I do need to do the menu here. For sure. Because I need to upgrade Tifa to Dolphin Foot.
Look, an elevator.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I got a decent looking run here, but it's me, so I'm going to drive this into the dirt really quick.
I presume.
It's a shame. When you watch me doing speed runs, all good runs go to die in the last hour.
To see it through.
And I am a run murderer. That's the only thing I'm good at, murdering good
You don't
runs.
want to make me mad. To the limit and beyond.
Okay.
That's the
Wow,
way
that
to
was
do
actually
it.
really quick kill too. Mm-hmm. Iron Blade, HP up for first strike on Tifa. Wind into Barrett's Ice. Oh, I remember this. Then toggle it out for Lightning and Skill Master for Synergy.
Bojo did.
There's only one.
We unlocked it.
Thank you. Wait for it there.
Arise, dive kick, dolphin
Now we
flurry.
head back to that door.
Into Iron Blade, no. HP up for first strike. Wind for this, and then Synergy into wrong. Arise, where is it? Okay, fine. I'll do it the old-fashioned way. Dive, Dolphin, Thundaga, I think. Thundaga and Blizzara and Soul Drain. Just... Alright. Might be better to just use... I could get this fight done with Synergy, with Thunder on Cloud here, for sure. With,
Maybe.
with the Mithril Saber, I can definitely make it work. Problem is, I need to upgrade Tifa to dive kick or not dive kick, but Dolphin Flurry to push through phase 2. It's really hard to get enough damage on the second half of Sword Bead consistently.
No holding back.
Thundera, SP boost, SD. Keep Barrett. Jump back. And fist. Throw it in. Up. Interesting. And we're at 159. Oh boy, we have so much MP. I have MP on my MP. Nice. Yo, dog, I heard you needed MP for your MP tank. Oh, what do you know?
We don't have all day, you know.
Okay.
I think it might be locked
Switch.
from
I
this
think we
side.
want to switch the angle here. I forget. I gotta, like, mess with that to figure out what the camera angle needs to be. I always get confused when I'm doing that movement. Hard edge into Sonic into Metal. Hard edge, no, into Sonic, no, into Metal, yes. Then we need assist for this, and then elemental for Magnify, into Blizzara and Braver. Okay. You want to make sure to heal up Cloud before you do this fight. before you do the menu there.
What the hell?
Because it ends up taking a lot more curing to deal with the HP up bonus. You want to do it when he's on the Iron Blade, because then his HP's at base value, so you get more bang for your buck. So you can get away with 2 cures instead of like Curaga.
So what's above this floor?
The president's office.
I suck at this game. Boo-doo, boo-doo. So, now we're in the boss rush of Dush. Hopefully I don't throw to Rufus this time.
Wait, once we get
That was
we're
such
ready.
a dumb mistake. Holy
Now's
Dubis.
the time for any unfinished business.
That's probably the most embarrassing way to lose a run. Alright, so we're going to Pincer, Gotterdammerung, and then just toggling assist back. Got it. So Genova's a pretty difficult boss fight. It's a lot of different phases. The first, we're trying to push as much damage as quickly as possible. So that we can move into the second phase as quickly as possible. And then once we pressure phase 2, we just want to pound enough damage through to do the same thing that we do with phase 1. So we're going to set up a Berserk, a Haste, to get the damage we need on phase 1, and Haste to build Cloud's 8 to be a little bit quicker. We could push a little bit extra damage with Synergy on Aerith in the later phases, but I actually can't do that right now because I'm used to controlling Cloud directly. I need to relearn this fight to make that work. I actually need to relearn Sword Beat too, to accommodate that as well. Alright, so I'm gonna shut up and do the thing. Well. We have a speed run here. No, it's actually really good. What the heck? ATB ward on Cloud. ATB boost into Berserk. Into Self Haste. Dolphin Flurry. The Braver. Okay. Alright, get pushed back, that's fine. I'm gonna wait for this to grab me. Into counter stance, switch over to Aerith. Let go, Tifa uppercut, Star Shower. Disorder into Disorder. Double Braver. Alright.
Get ready. That'll do.
Okay. Awful. Purple. Okay, we don't want to be over here. I guess we do. This is the worst order to do this in. We want to... Oh my god, that's so bad. Okay. Did this completely wrong. ATB boost. Triple. Okay. Counter. Into a focused. Switch over to Tifa. Alright. Switch over to Aerith. True Strike. Tempest. Tempest. I want you to... Actually, we need to resist Magnify everybody. And we need to cure Aerith. Okay. Couldn't. I did that really late. I almost forgot about the resist, actually. We're gonna have to uppercut on this side, but we'll be good to go. Our shower. Our shower. Blizzara. Open flurry. Okay. Now we want to go into Pincer. Yes. Daughter, yes. And then we want to just swap assist and stagger out. Let me... Okay, HP's good. What's Cloud's HP? Fine. Okay. We're holding on to the binding for now so that if I screw up Dingus here, I'm not completely boned. Last run died to me screwing up Rufus, which was very depressing, saddening, and pathetic.
Everyone okay?
No. 1, 2, 3.
Here we go.
Oh. Into a focused. Switch dances and back again. Yeah, Genova is one of those fights. You either do it right or you do it wrong. The tentacle fit, the final tentacle phase, I completely screwed up. But, pretty good overall. Genova is a really rough fight when you get to the top end of runs. Very, very execution heavy. And abusing ATB boost, or ATB ward properly can be very hard.
No holding back.
I need to be careful with the triple slash timing here, or else I'm gonna really bone things up. So you need to triple slash to cancel out his next move. And it's not even the issue about the triple slash in general.
Yeah.
Delay it a little bit. Wrong. Whatever. Gives you enough time to braver. Nice crit. Okay. Skip as well. Into drone A. Eric, where are you? Era. Under, I guess. Okay. That's really awful.
Sorry.
I actually need to hide. That would have killed me if I hadn't run. ATB ward is very difficult to take full advantage of. It's very easy to sleep on it because it requires placing the characters properly in a lot of very difficult tech. Excuse me, fine. Blizzara, your rear wheel. Fine.
Go for it now. Level critical.
You okay?
Don't catch a cold. That'll do.
We'll make it quick.
You jittery?
Okay.
Little bit shy on damage there. The main one that you need to get used to using is Arcane Ward. ATB Ward can be completely skipped if you're trying to do some sort of speed route. ATB Ward on Genova is very difficult and very low return, to be perfectly honest. Excuse me. Iron Blade, Wrecking Ball, into Pincer, into LMG, Goddard Emerald to Tifa, into Mithril, into Metal. Arcane Ward is the really rough one. Because the AI likes to jump forward, you need to micromanage characters' positions for the character you're controlling to get it. Into Iron Blade, no. What am I doing? Wrecking Ball, no. Into Steel Pincer, yes. Into LMG, yes. Into Goddard onto Tifa. Into Mithril, no. Into Metal, yes. Into Lightning, into Ice. This goes into HP up. HP up for Magic. Magic. Then I need to swap out Revival for Magnify and... Wait, what? No. It's Wind, dummy. For this skill master. Okay. Disorder stays. Ascension. SD. Blade Burst. That's the weirdest way to do that. Curaga. Magnify and Arrow Ga into Blizzaga. Okay. pretty rough, pretty rough. I don't think we're looking at a PB, but we're looking at something decent here. Going into here at 420. This fight's about 10 minutes. Unless things go well, I'm in a really rough spot.
Ready?
Yep. Skip. What's the ATB looking like? So we can... Oh, this ATB is actual ass. I can't use this. I'm not doing this. ATB boost. Self-destruct right here will save us a couple of minutes on these two phases. As long as we do enough damage with a low enough ATB cost and a low enough hit count, we can push the phase. Somersault's another good one that can work. In lower difficulty, Somersault will probably work. Problem is, in hard, you're going to need to upgrade Somersault with Star Shower to get the extra damage you need. Otherwise, you're not going to hit hard enough. And you won't get 2 somersaults either, so...
Bring it on!
Roll forward and kaboom here. Overcharge, builds an ATB. Okay. Kiriga. Alright, Barrett and Tifa were both in a bad position, so we're gonna lose some time here. Because we're gonna have to get knocked back twice. Ooh, Tifa's in a really shit position. Luckily, we can't get knocked back more than twice, so we don't really lose too much time, but we will beat Tifa. Pretty funny. Tifa's gonna catch us even though she was behind us. I guess she practiced her ninjutsu. So we want to SD at the start of this phase too. We gotta be careful with Barrett and make sure he doesn't get interrupted when we're trying to cast Air Arise here. Poke, and then SD. Switch over to Tifa. Okay. Star Shower. Arise Cloud. Good phases.
Damn it!
As long as we get that Arise off, we're good to go. The trick here is using a combination of Steadfast Block and Overcharge. You want to use that Overcharge as soon as you can in Phase 1. Because at the start of this phase, if you have a ranged weapon, Barrett will use Overcharge on the bus. If you don't, he'll use Focus Shot, which will consume your ATB. But if he uses Overcharge, it takes your ATB, so Dolphin Flurry. That's very weird, but whatever. Whatever. Boost here, honestly. We're not gonna be able to ATB boost here anymore.
Did we do it?
Hang on! Eric!
We're gonna have to be very careful in this next phase, honestly, because we need to self-destruct the Yellow Whisper, but if I get ATB boost interrupted, it's not happening. So, I need to get Barrett targeted by Yellow, and then ATB boost self-destruct with Cloud. And if I take too long, we can get pushed to a different platform and lose a bunch of time that way. So we gotta be very careful about this. Erica's not going to help us out here, so we actually don't want to cast that. We might need to use like Focus Shot or Max Fury or something to do some extra damage to yellow or blue. Not yellow. No, it is blue and yellow. I'm being dumb. Never mind. Ignore me. We're gonna want to ascend right off the bat here, switch to Barret, and pray we don't get arrogant. Basically, you could Wind Elemental, but. I forgot you can actually make the AI do that. Kaboom. Rise Cloud.
We still got
Overcharge while we're waiting. So normally that ground stab would get you a Berserk. I don't need it because I already have a permanent Berserk from Fury Ring. That's part of the reason why we can get level 2 limits so easily with Self-Destruct here. Fury Ring boosting our self-damage by 30%, double magic up giving us a 50% bonus to our magic stat, Force Armlet reducing our self-damage or our defense down to 9, and magic and physical, and Iron Blade having pretty decent magic stat right off the bat. Not as good as it could be, but it's good enough.
The future is always a blank page.
So, try to get on in here and kill these idiots. Hopefully I don't mess this up too bad.
Them again! Least they can do is give us a little breather.
I say we split up. Take them down at the same time.
In that case...
So I'm gonna try and use a attack into a hold finish to get enough extra damage. And hopefully we can avoid the extra Punisher counter in here.
Stay back.
Okay, good. We did avoid that. I could heal with Tifa here, but it's really not worth it. Probably should, though. I usually do it as a thing, but if I screw up Blade Burst, I'm in a much worse position than you might think. Ascension. I always like to stay on Cloud here for a bit. Switch over to Aerith. Wait for a Tempest until he falls on the floor. Uppercut into Double Star Shower. That Tempest is going to do quite a bit of damage. The Star Shower is going to fall short. The Uppercut won't, though. Cloud, you are in the worst spot possible, buddy. Okay.
This one's for you.
All right. So we're going to be using Tifa. Depending on who staggers what Whisper, you get points. That determines who shows up in the Sephiroth fight. Basically, every character that staggers a Whisper gets points towards them. Aerith gets double. So what we're going to do is Star Shower, because I'm stupid. We're going to build a little bit of art here. Blade Burst. I'm surprised that didn't kill me. Alright. So we do need to feed one dagger of something to Aerith. So we're going to feed yellow to her so that she shows up in the final fight instead of Barret in Phase 3. We want to start with Tifa because Sephiroth in Phase 1 and 2 has pretty high resistance to magic. He can still be staggered by it, but he doesn't really take a ton of damage from it. So Aerith really isn't optimal there. So SD works out pretty good here. Now it's going to get a free re-heal when we go into Sephi, so it doesn't matter. gonna Thunder because he takes quite a while to career back. Oops. Switch the menu here. I'll explain that a little bit better after combat. Give me a second here, though. Hard Edge, no. We want Magic Up, and Boost for this. We want to switch into Braver and Blizzara, I believe. And there we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Disorder into Blizzara.
Bundle up.
A little bit of attacking here.
Let's finish this.
Which dances into Braver. Huh. Yeah, I think Barrett's probably the worst option, but I guess he can be pretty well balanced if you know what you're doing with him.
Going in.
Unfortunately, his stats are just garbage in comparison. Aerith gets double as many points as everyone else. The Big Whisper, Bahamut, both give more points than the other two. Barrett and Tifa get the same amount per action and stagger. Barrett will always show up in the third slot, though. He can't show up in the first slot, so it saves a little bit of time. I'll link Coda's sheet in a little bit here, I think. Switch dances into Dolphin Flurry. Uh-oh. I don't know if that actually came out right. That might actually work. That didn't work. I fucked that up. I didn't trigger Moz Waiting properly. I'm gonna lose a lot of HP here.
Seizing the opening.
You're done.
Into a Cura on Cloud.
Give them hell, okay?
Okay. I needed to recover Cloud's HP because he took a beating from that. He can take a pretty heavy beating if you don't do things properly, which I didn't. So that loses me like 15 seconds, unfortunately. So this phase right here, we can get one of 3 elements right off the bat. He will never give you ice to start with. Ice can only come in the second wave of elemental swap out.
Let's go.
We're gonna start with either lightning, ice, lightning, fire, or wind here. And we got lightning. So we got Eriga.
You'll be blown away.
Blizzara.
Bundle up.
One more shot.
Unfortunate. Okay. Into a Infinity End. Thundaga.
Let's do this.
Or shower.
All out.
This one's for you.
All right. Here we go. Send Thundaga, Tifa, Star Shower. That's like a 70-second PV, I think.
Welcome back.
What's up, Pupper Doodle? What you doing?
We can do this.
What's my Papa doing?
We can change it. Make it right.
We skipped the 35 turns. Let me take a look at that. What's my PV? 3651 for commentary. Ah, yeah. PV is a 3622, so that's that's 130 seconds. Excuse me. So the way that the point system structure works, I'm gonna cut this right here so that we don't have an extra long video for no reason.